tragedy, and very many boys died in a dormitory, and many are still unaccounted for. And I went to just pray with them because they had a prayer service today. I met other leaders there, governors, senators, even the cabinet secretary for health. Uh, I was asked whether I would like to speak, and I chose not to speak because sometimes when people are in pain, you choose to remain silent so that you listen to their pain. I think the best way to sympathize with pain is to listen. But on top of that, I also did my job of the Vampire Diaries. I showed you the Endarasha Road, the one that goes through Charity to Embaringo. And I showed you the poor state of that road since it was launched by the then Deputy President William Ruto in October of 2018, and how it is now, the kind of state it is in, and even the part that was done has very many potholes, very poor workmanship. After I finished the prayers, I came to Ishawara Market. Ishawara Market, I went to see a project that was meant for Ishawara Town, that is a water project that was launched by former CS for Water, Zachary Njeru. I looked at that project and how it is being implemented. Then I came back to Ishawara Town, where I held a people's assembly, or rather what you would call a civic education rally, at the Ishawara Market, and talked to the people, and they were very receptive. Although one thing you should realize about Mount Kenya people is that they are not very rowdy, they don't make a lot of noise, but they listen. And you can see them nodding their faces, and they are in agreement, and it's getting into their hearts. And that's the most important thing. So I finished from Ishawara. So now I'm still an auditor at large. I'm still on my tour of the Mount Kenya region and will be visiting more counties. I want to visit Tharaka-Nithi. I want to visit Embu. I want to visit Meru. I want to visit Murang'a. I want to visit Kirinyaga, which means I'm just getting started. Now, today's space is about discussing politics. Now, we've been sold politics that it is a dirty game. Tumeambiwa politics ni mbaya, ni ya wanasiasa. And unfortunately, professionals, people of great repute, people of great qualifications have decided to abandon our politics, and they have left it to idiots. So now we have a parliament full of thieves, conmen, wash dealers, criminals of international repute, sex trafficking, cartels, and human trafficking cartels. They are the ones running our parliament and even our executive institutions, which means we need to take back our country. But how do we take back our country? Remember, if we want to drain the swamp and remove these leaders, we must have a replacement. And how do we get this replacement to go in? How do we get that qualified young man or young lady in Marsabit who can be a women rep but does not have financing to run for women rep? How do we bring these people of integrity who are not dirty, who have not stolen, to come and occupy leadership positions? As you've seen, I've been doing a lot around fundraising and raising funds. Nimetusiwa sana, by the way, juu ya hiyo kitu, naambiwangwa mimi ni conman. Sometimes they go to my Facebook page, they look for my old photos za kitambo when I'm with my wife in the beach. Wanaleta, wanasema ndio huyo sasa ameenda beach kula pesa yenu. I've gone through a lot. But let me tell you one thing I've learned from William Ruto. Even though William Ruto is evil, there's one thing I've learned from him. Consistency. 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 Consistency wins. William Ruto lies, but he lies consistently until you start doubting your truth. So I know that if I keep doing civic education consistently, without listening to the naysayers, without turning back, mimi nipige tu kazi. Hata kama comment zangu zote kwa social media ni matusi, ni sawa, provided one day nikuwe right. And so far Kenyans have done really well in terms of backing me up. Hawa tunitusi na onanga wa Kenya wanawa handle, so I don't have to do much. Unapata sasa niko free na fanya kazi zingine. But now the reason I brought up that point is because we are discussing campaign financing. And remember, campaign financing in Kenya is very uncontrolled. So we have billionaires who've stolen from you, using the billions they've stolen from you to run a very strong campaign where they hire even foreign companies like Cambridge Analytica. They come and run this elaborate campaign that has so much media, and that has so much graphics, and they are able to win the hearts of the people. So the question is, how will we raise leaders from within the community who are not necessarily billionaires and model them and support them and be their accountability partners and strategize for them and campaign for them and put them in strategic positions in MCA, MP, senator, governor, so that we start now draining the swamp. Because remember, our power is also at the ballot. So we have to remember that. So kama kuna bahati tu hii gava ifike 2027. Of course, they are making so many mistakes, mi sioni wakifika 2027. But kama bahati itafanyika wafike, we need to have a strategy way in advance about how to drain this swamp. And I need to hear people talking about campaign messaging. I need to hear people talking about campaign financing. I need people to start talking about uh, people of integrity coming up from all generations, coming to occupy leaders of positions of leadership. I need to hear people talking about the role of the church or where the church should stand or whether should stand aside. I need to hear conversations about registration as voters, suppression, rigging, and how all that can be worked. We can work around it, all right? So those are the kind of conversations I want us to hear about how we can actually drain this swamp and replace these billionaire thieves with persons of integrity. Because remember, we have a very good constitution, we have very good laws, but the people that are heading those institutions that we've entrusted to be the ones running those institutions are not people of integrity. So KOT Sonko will be the one giving opportunity to people to speak. I'll be here listening. Please keep it brief, but make it very, very valuable. Thank you so much and God bless.
Okay. Thank you so much, Morara. And of course, from your side, what I want you to help me is to help me approve the microphones from your side. Here on my side, naona kidogo tu. But of course, my DM is also open. If you want to speak, always slide in my DM. I can send you the microphone direct there. And so I just want to welcome Mizani to open us the floor. Yeah, and Mizani, if you are able to also moderate, we'll be given that chance. And so, guys, I think you heard Morara what he has said. We want to do these things consistently. Yeah, we want to do these things because Ruto has been lying, of course, and he has been doing that consistently, just like Morara said. And so you even doubt yourself if this guy is really lying or is telling the truth. And so consistency, it matters a lot, especially in politics. And of course, what we want now, we want to have good governance. We want to end corruption. We want to end what we call tribalism. And so we can't wait for 2027 to end these things. These things, we need to plan them as soon as possible. Yeah. And so, guys, personally, I'll be going for the member of parliament Kimilili constituency come the next general election. Hata kikuja kesho, I'll present my name because I want to be the change that I want to see in this nation. So thank you so much. Mizani will open for us the floor, and then we'll begin to distribute the microphones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, comrades KOT Sonko, Murara Senior, and the rest of speakers who are joining in. My name is Eli Likuyani from Mizani 254, and I'm privileged and honored to be part of this big conversation that is seeking to pursue Kenyans and persuade them to have alternative leadership that is coming from Kenyans with integrity, Kenyans who believe in their country. I know for a long time we've been sold narratives that politics is not for the poor. But I dare say that it is possible to run campaigns, it is possible to run conversations that are appealing to Kenyans. And Kenyans have woken up from the initial mindset of looking at politics as a reserve for a few. In the same breath, Morara and KOT, you will realize there's been a number of screenshots and, would I say, messaging that has been happening across the internet of this publication by KICD of who a politician is and how a member of parliament should arrive at a space. And then you wonder, we are talking about financing of politics and how the populace pursue or perceive politics. But we have an institution charged with the responsibility of educating our young ones, and they sell the image of Muheshimiwa coming in a chopper, and the wife in golden rings. And if these people are going, quote unquote, to behave, they'll be given the opportunity to fly in those choppers. So then you questioned, what exactly are the foundations of our education system, specifically when we look at the political influence and the policy aspect of approaching national conversation. So I'm hoping and expecting a lot in this conversation. And I want to state that we are here to have an interaction. You are allowed to have divergent opinion, but I hope we can keep it very respectful and objective at the same time. So KOT and Morara, I'll switch back to you, and I remain open to help whenever need arises. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mizani, and of course you help me to drop and bring in other speakers. And so, guys, let me begin with TL Elder Mwambili Mwagodi. Hi, bro. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, guys. How are you?
We're fine, bro.
First of all, I want to say thank you very much for hosting this. I do not do spaces. Ever since Maandamano started, I have purposely kept off spaces because of one thing, and that was to protect myself from the baggage that comes with this. So this is my first space since Maandamano started in June. So I am very happy to be here, and I was very specific about coming here because I want to talk directly to Morara Kebaso, because I feel very much touched by the work he has done the past few weeks in exposing the rot that is William Kipchirchir Samoei Arap Ruto. So this is to tell you, thank you very much, Morara, for what you have done for Kenya. I want to appreciate, whatever you have done is not small work. You have done a very big job in bringing this country to a place whereby we know that even after that handshake government in 2018, we know that Ruto has been instrumental in the looting of our public resources and our tax money through specifically very highly designed and orchestrated looting schemes. And a simple example is one of those stadiums, which the contract was awarded to Moses Kuria and his brother. So you actually see the money flow. And that is why even now in 2024, Moses Kuria will wake up and he will insult the whole country. He will call us names and he will insult us vibaya sana. But Ruto has nothing to do but to keep him in government because that is his bread and butter. Sawa, Moses Kuria has invested money in Ruto, so he must make money back from this Ruto government. So Morara Kebaso, this is coming from me, brother to brother, a Kenyan to a Kenyan who has been through this, and to know what you are going through physically, mentally, having to be up early, having to plan for your movements, having to bear all those notifications, all those attacks. And the attacks will come, believe it or not. You have not seen anything yet. Itumbi and his propaganda machine are not sleeping at State House. They are working 24 hours a day. If they are not going to kill you physically, they are going to kill your profile on social plan on how you are going to protect yourself from that nonsense and that propaganda that is coming from State House. This is just the beginning. My advice to you, you don't have to take it, you don't have to listen to me, but my advice to you is focus on the positive messaging that comes from the people of Kenya, because the work you are doing it for the people of Kenya. The people have given you power. With power comes great responsibility. Be very responsible in how you engage. Avoid kabisa all negative messaging. You see someone come and talk shit about you in the replies, do not even engage. I've gone through it myself. People come and insult me, these 527 people. I never even reply. And then there are people, I don't even know what is wrong with Kenyans on Twitter. People come to defend me when they have not even asked for any defense. So let the people who have empowered you to do this job, let them fight for you. Wewe unatupigania huko kwa ground. Wewe endelea kutupigania. Haujafika popote. You have not reached Masabit. You have not reached Lodwa. You have not. Kenya is a massive country, and the amount of nonsense that Ruto has taken us through when he was deputy president and now he's president, you have not even covered 5%. And I personally want to see you cover each and everything, every inch of Kenya, expose all that nonsense. Our people, Kenyans, especially those who are not on Twitter, they get your message, they see your videos. Do not stop. But item number one is protect yourself from that nonsense, because this is just the beginning. We have a long way to go. This is just 2024. We have 2025. We have 2026. And then the final year for Ruto to exit, that thief, that murderer, that looter of our taxes, has to go in 2027. So protect yourself. The second item that I want you, Morara, to be very careful about is your purpose. There'll be a lot of people calling you right now. There's a lot of people texting you. There's a lot of people sending, millions of people are sending you M-Pesa. It will be overwhelming. It is overwhelming. I know it is overwhelming. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wind up because I want to give
no
the
problem.
space.
Yeah. Sorry. I asked for a minute. So I know a minute is going to be long. But anyway, so Morara Kebaso, define your purpose. Okay. Identify that area which you know the people who've empowered you, the people who've given you this power want to hear. Do not be distracted by the whole stories as sijui siasa na nini. That will come later. We still have a long way to go. Define your purpose. The third and the last and the final thing I am going to tell my brother Morara is Morara Kebaso is your personal well-being. Okay, stay safe out there. Ruto is a murderer. He is not happy about what you're doing. Be very calculating in how you move. Okay, avoid, if possible, avoid. I'm not. Look, I mean, I'm not going to come here and scaremonger. I'm not trying to scaremonger. I'm just saying, be careful, stay safe, so physically, but at the same time, stay safe in your soul. Okay, yeah. Protect your soul. Take days off. Fanya kazi Monday to Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Do things for your personal life. Take your family out. Do this, do that, do this, do that. So that is, I think, that is what I wanted to say to Morara. This I was speaking directly to Morara. I was not addressing anyone else. I hope you hear my message, and I am rooting for you. I am standing 100% with you. Wewe fanya kazi ya wananchi.
Thank you so much, Elder. I accept your advice. I'm not going to respond to it because I don't want to correct you because you are already an elder. So I'm really grateful for that advice, very solid. Yes, I agree that I need to stay safe. I agree that I need to be grounded in my purpose. I agree with you that many offers have come, but I've also stayed not just from the government, offers have come even from the opposition. But I've just decided to run my own independent thing where I'm able to give a voice to the people of Kenya rather than being conflicted with these people who have occupied government positions and not done anything for the people. The only thing I'll remind everybody that is listening to this space, Morara is not an angel. I didn't drop from heaven. I'm going to make mistakes. I'll try as much as possible not to make fatal mistakes by consulting. but I may make a mistake. If I do not disown me. I'm ready to be corrected and I'm ready to let you be my accountability partners. Asanteni sana.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Guys, can you hear me? Because I can't see mic yangu ikionyesha kama I'm speaking. Let me hope you are. Okay, fine. So, guys, I want to give this space a different direction. Yeah, and whatever we are going to discuss about on this space is the grand takeover of politics to drain and expel theft. Yeah, and so we are going to see how we are going to drain the swamp. Yeah, and of course, how we the people are going to take this power in our hands from the thieves, from the from those oppressors. And so I think that was the purpose of this space. Yeah, of course, Morara is doing a very nice job, and everybody. Okay, let me just say everybody has been congratulating him, and of course, if we begin to congratulate Morara on this space now, then this space is going to take more than a month. Yeah, without consolidating. I mean, without the space having a concrete discussion. So we all know Morara is doing a very nice job. Personally, I thank him for that, and any other person who has been on this course. And so let us see how we are going to drain the swamp. Yeah. So, Daktari, can see you are here. Good evening.
Good evening, KOT. How are you?
I'm fine. Welcome on the space. You can talk to us.
Thank you very much. Based on your advice, allow me to stand on all existing congratulations that have been directed to Morara and his team for the work that they are doing, so that I go directly to the subject matter of the day. The grand takeover of politics to drain and expel theft. I agree with that. First of all, I'm Dr. Duncan Onyango. I'm an engineer by profession. Part of the job that I do is I'm a lecturer at the Technical University of Kenya. I agree, and I am part of a few people who have always said that the only sustainable way to achieving the changes that we want is to get ourselves into politics, because as presently constituted, the only constitutional vehicle to get into parliament is through politics. You can't get to parliament through a CBO. You can't get to parliament through a limited liability process. You can't run a business or start a business to get you into parliament. We have to get into politics, however dirty you think it is, based on how it has been played in the past. And I know it has been dirty, it has been bad. Many people have kept away, especially the professionals, people who went to school and the old model worked for them, that they were told, go to school, work hard, go to university, you will get a job. And a few people that worked for them after university, as long as they were able to afford the basics of life, they stayed away from politics. And for a long time, because the professionals, the elite of the society, people who could be able to run us with integrity, to professionally, to the direction in which we want this nation to go, kept away for far too long. And look at where we have found ourselves. I have mentioned to you that part of the job that I do is being a lecturer at the Technical University of Kenya. This is my second year there. As we speak, there is a big scandal that has come up. And if you look at it, it is because the professors, the doctors, the doctorates that we have there, the professionals that we have there, even after the former Kenya Poly morphed into the current Technical University of Kenya, kept away from keeping the administration accountable for a long time. They were called to strike, but they left. They could not agree with the University Academic Staff Union. Right now, as we speak, we are getting into. We are now. They are now coming out to strike. And do you know why they are striking? Because while they were keeping away from the politics of the University Academic Staff Union, even the pension scheme 2 months ago has collapsed, has gone under. It is insolvent, and it was formally wound up by a court of law 2 months ago. And there in that place, there are professors who have worked for for those institutions 30 years, 40 years. And then you are told a year to your retirement that you cannot receive your pension. Billions of money is going to waste. If you follow it, you are told, oh, we called you to strike, we told you to do this, but people kept away. We wanted to be a professor. How can I go to protest? No, ladies and gentlemen, we have to get ourselves into this thing. Politics is so important to be left to some unschooled, uneducated politicians who are just looking at it in terms of money and what they can get for themselves. We must get professionals, come out of their comfort zones and join us in this struggle, not by complaining or by ranting about how the system is bad. We've done enough of that. Now we want people who can do the heavy lifting, people who can step forward, like Jkia said, that I want to step forward and run for a parliamentary seat in Kimilili. We need people who will come out to work. And I'm glad that even as we speak, there are many volunteers. We have given this challenge in many forums before, and I want to be glad. I want to say that I am happy because there are so many Kenyans who are coming out, young people, people of the former generations, actually people across the ages. But I am specifically happy because I've gotten even very young people, even my Gen Z students at the university and all over, coming out and telling me, what can we do? Can we be able to come together? Can we be able to form a movement? What can we do to get there? That's question. I really like the way young people are now taking it up. And I want to pose that challenge even to us right now, that don't just sit and relax. If you think there's something you can do, Morara is already doing a lot of work. But we know that to get into politics, there's a lot of organization that needs to go into it. There's a lot of paperwork. There's a lot of strategy. There's a lot of policy and planning that goes into it. So right now, we need more volunteers to come out. I am happy to be part of a group of young people who are already coming out and saying we are doing something, to be able to identify emerging leadership, people who have interest in getting into leadership and want to do it with integrity, and we want to come together. We want to identify them. We want to train them. We want to mentor them. We want to literally radicalize them into the spirit of the revolution that made us to put our lives on the line going to the streets. So that when we get in there, we must get in there in mass. I like the way the title says, grand takeover. If we just send a few people, they will be corrupted by the system, because the system is so deeply rooted in status quo. We cannot manage, because that's why I disagreed in a space before by some people who are telling other young people and discouraging them that, oh, if you want to go into politics, go independent. Or there are many political parties in Kenya, go and join some of them. Who tells you that as a young person you can go into ODM or UDA and they'll give you a platform? We have seen this existing old political system kill the dreams and aspirations of many upcoming leaders who could have been able to put some integrity and professionalism into our governance. So we need fresh minds, those fresh minds to come together, work together. This is the time for us to be able to put away all our differences. Anything that divides us, we do not accept. We come together, we team up, we do the heavy lifting. There's a lot. When you see ODM or UDA as a political party at the national
Dr.
level,
I request you take the next 30 seconds to land. We are according every speaker 3 minutes. That way we can be able to ensure we have all the speakers contributing to effective conversation. Thank you, Dr. 30 seconds, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I was just landing by saying that let us come out. If you want to be part of a movement of people who are doing the heavy lifting, to move us from the talk, so that we can be able to do something and build those systems that carry us into the next election. Please let us team up together. Contact KOT, contact the host. I'm sure through networks here, we will be able to team up so that we can be able to do something. You can also inbox me if you have a if you are like-minded. I will link you up to people I know of in this movement who are already doing something to work towards the heavy lifting that will lead us into the next election. Thank you very much, and may God bless Kenya.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. KOT, with your permission, I would like to invite Grace to the audience to be able to speak to us. Grace, kindly proceed.
Good evening to you. First, I want to thank Morara for the good work he's doing. And I want to tell you, we are here to support you. Personally, I had texted you on TikTok and told you I would like to join the movement. I've been doing the civic education on TikTok. Atolwande herself, the Legend 8, and I believe you've seen some of my videos as well. So we want to take all these things to the ground.
Hello, just wait, Grace. 1 minute, huh? I'm sorry that you texted me on TikTok, and did I reply? Great.
No.
Could you confirm? Okay, I'm so sorry that I didn't reply. I have more than 2,000 messages on TikTok, but now that you've spoken it, I've noted your name down, Takutafuta. I'm so sorry that I didn't reply.
Okay, so as I continue, for me, I believe you're a leader. And I want you to take this bull by the head and let us elect you as the president of Kenya. And when we are doing this, because we want change, so change begins with all of us, and you're the David of our times. Ruto is the Goliath of today. So I believe all of you know the story, and we can beat this government. When you hang out, when you talk to people, talk as the president of Kenya, because that is now who we are viewing you to be. So personally, I'll take part. I'll walk to those places as I usually do. I do it at a very small level, but I can go to my village and do the same, the civic education, so that we may be able to improve on our leadership. Thank you, Morara, for the good work that you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Grace, for sharing with us. And of course, I'd like to encourage ladies who have joined us today. We also want to hear from you. And so let me take this chance to give it to Farah. 3 minutes, kindly, Farah.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear. 3 minutes, please. Observe time.
Thank you. Me, I don't think even I'll finish 3 minutes. Mine one is some advice to Morara. Recently you said you were going to maybe sell your furniture business to help with the movement and everything. But I'd like to tell you one thing. Kindly, my brother, hii unatufanyia tutajitolea yote. Your private life, let it be private, because we don't know what's there in the future. It inaweza ikaingiana, inaweza kuingiana, and in case you might have put all your eggs in one basket because ya kuingiana. That is why we end up with political harlotry, whereby you cannot have leaders you trust because they are not financially stable themselves. So kindly, najua unaweza kuwa umejipanga vingine, but those are my 2 cents on that subject. The other thing is, Morara cannot be divided into every sector in this nation. And he took up the challenge on infrastructural and stalled developmental projects. And we need people to take up other challenges as well, because we have a very antagonistic nature with the National Police Service. And these are people who are suffering the same way we are. We need somebody going across the country if possible, and trying to build this bridge and show that we are oppressed by the same people. We are not enemies. Pharaoh did not directly fight Moses. He used the sorcerers. and they shouldn't be Pharaoh sorcerers. And that's what we're also trying to do within the religious space, because together with Kenya Daima and Kina Shakira, we've been having meetings with the Interreligious Council of Kenya and National Muslim Leaders Forum, because for you to convince me that God loves me, inakuwa ngumu kidogo if the same people who are killing, maiming, and murdering us are the same people addressing us from the pulpits. So whatever you will need, Morara, wewe just post tuachie hiyo ingine. And thank you for all what you're doing.
Thank you, Farah, for that. Bora, I don't know what is happening. We seem to have lost both KOT and myself from the co-host, so unable to add or drop more speakers. We'll go to the next speaker here. We have Sir Joe. But before Sir Joe, I see Gen Z has their hand up. Let's call them the opportunity, and then we'll go to data science, and then Sir Joe in that order. 3 minutes each, kindly.
Okay, good evening. Can everyone hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, my name is Samuel Kinuthia, and I'm a software developer. So, I have a few ideas, mainly 3, so they should take that 3 minutes allocated. So, this movement, from my point of view, is youth-led, and since our country is a majority youth, it should come out as an advantage. So I think using that, we should be able to drive political change and to drive out corruption. So what ideas do I have? Number 1, we need to mainly target the youth, and we need to target them from the ground up. And for us to do that, we need something that will unify us. So I suggest maybe a political party, a movement, but somewhere people can register, somewhere people can put some stake in. So once you put everyone in the group and we put in the youth, we start registering on ward level. Once we start registering on the ward level, it should be easy for us to move on easier. Number 2, we need to also engage university students and high schoolers. I feel like if you calculate the people in Form 2 that currently in 2027 they'll be able to vote. So if you target them early on, you sell them the message, because in high school, most of us were not thinking of what is the political space, what is happening in the country. If you target the people in high school at the moment, you register them to whatever movement that we have formed, they will come out ready. By the time now it comes to vote, you vote in your own people. Of course, now also using the movement, you do mass voter registration. Of course, now, if you can do it, immediately a person leaves high school, it is one of the first things they do. Or for the university students also, because as we have seen, they have a lot of grievances. You pull in the leaders so that they sell the movement to their own individual schools. So in conclusion, we also need to focus on tribal unity, because if we become a threat, the first thing these people will target is to divide us tribally on our tribal basis. So if we could just target maybe youth in every single tribe, like you have some Somali guy that just pushes the Somali narrative to the Somali youth, so that by the time a person comes to say, oh, huyu si mtu wetu, huyu ni mtu wetu, you've already countered that, because they can see their face in the movement. They can see, you do not have to have like a leader or what, but at least have a face in every region. That's why I have really, let's register something registered, so that everyone can put in some skin, so that once these young people start looking at, this is our person, because we tend to forget that a lot of people in this country are not educated. So it makes them very easy to be manipulated and bought with this 50 bob, 20 bob. So we need to counter that. They need to be shown that there's a different way that things can work. That is all. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mjenzi. Okay, Keoti, you're back, and we apologize for that mishap. My colleagues were having an issue with the connection. We kept dropping off. But Mjenzi, after you, we'll go to the next speaker who had queued up, and that was data scientist, if I'm not wrong, followed by Sir Joe. So let's do this. We have 3 minutes, and there are some questions that Morara had asked us to try and respond to, including political financing of campaigns and what have you. So if we can have this impetus for us to have that conversation, we'll really appreciate, so that we know how do we figure out the next step moving forward, even into 2027, if that's what it has to take to go into the next government. Data scientist, the mic is yours. Kindly proceed.
Thank you for the mic, Mizani. By name, I'm Masinya. I'm a Kenyan, and then to proceed, I want to recommend my brother Kioti, my brother Morara, and each and every one of you have just showed up here to just convene this in the grand takeover of politics to then and expel theft. Before I joined this place, I sent Morara I sent him some screenshot and maybe some message. I think it's quite long, and I'll urge him to go through it after I finish this. So I want to tell you guys that power is never given. Like, power is never given, and we have to take it from the tyrant. And from the look of things, our guy, the president, is so consistent in whatever he does. The same way we believe that Satan exists, the same way that God exists. So if we're not gonna work for us, still it means that evil is gonna it's going to take over us. Like, most of us are not going to get the opportunity to have the freedom of free speech. The first speaker who spoke, I think he was trying to sell fear to our brother. There's something we need to understand, that the fear of death is just the fear of just the beginning of not wanting to live. And then as of now, I don't think we're supposed to fear anything, because most of us are we have been placed hopeless. They just want us to be where they want us to be, and we're not supposed to buy that. So to wrap it up, I don't want to take a lot of time. I don't want Morara to check whatever I've sent you. Personally, I'm from Ponchari, and then during the elections, I happened to be the guy drafting the manifesto for my area MP. But whatever I did I don't think it's resonating with what that was written there. To proceed, I don't think I have a job. I work as a freelance with different companies that are offering this gig. So right now, why it's not for the opportunity that God has given us to have opportunities where we are feeling desperate, I think most of us would have gotten suicidal, because it's the brain that kills someone. To finish it, I want us to act not fearful. Let's not be afraid of the whole idea that we are going to be killed. Because what does it count in not to live? When you're dead, you're dead, and the fear of death is just the fear of just your realization that you know something, but you don't know something. So yeah, that's all I can say for now. And I'd want to recommend you guys, don't be sold fear, and life is for the living. And if you're not living, what's the purpose?
Okay, thank you so much. So, Sir Joe, you had been queued. Are you still here? But I see you've dropped. So, let me have a lady, and then I'll go to Ayo. Maureen, you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Kindly take your 3 minutes, share with us what you feel, and you give us the way forward, of course.
Yeah. Let me start by saying kudos to Morara and Keoti and Mizani. I think for this movement to succeed, we must look at every aspect of our life. We must look at education. We must, kama CBC, it's bad for the kids. So if we are rejecting anything bad, we must reject in totality. SHIF is bad. Yani, we talk about everything: health, education, kila kitu, we encompass every sector of our life, so that hii movement ishike kila pahali, ishike kila mtu. That is what I can start by saying. And also concerning the financing for the campaigns, I think whatever Morara has been doing by asking Kenyans to contribute, I think that's the best step, because babu tukicontributia Morara, we are supporting the cause. Ni kama we own him, si atakuwa owned by the politicians wenye watampe small monies or change allegiance. So supporting Morara by sending money to those who can, that's the best strategy. I think there also has to be formal channels za accountability on how the money, ndo kusikwe na hizi kasheshe za watu wanasema ni kujitajirisha, kukwe na structures ndo ikwe, if this money is for this campaign, if it's for this project, hii movement si ya sahi tu, ni ya prosperity. Mona venye Kasmuel amekuwa akiwork with social justice centers in Githurai, in Mathare. That's what we want. Kitu ya for now and for future. So isikuwe tu ni kitu ya sahi ya movement, ikwe kama ni inaitwaje, kama it's a catchy song, inafaa ikwe for now prosperity. Mnaona kama venye Bangladesh after the revolution, people are out in the streets cleaning the streets, controlling traffic. Yani inafaa ikwe, as Kenyans we think of what we want for our society na tufanye hivyo. If we want cleaner streets, we do it kwa sababu serikali itatufanyia. If we want this system to work, we see how we can change it. I think that's what I can say for now. As in kila mtu contribute pali uko, if chenye unaona unaweza fanya for a better country, you do it, because hii serikali ya Ruto haitaitusaidia. It's not here to help us, it's not here to serve us. Kama you see the way they are changing from NHIF to SHIF, they're not doing it because wanatupenda sana, wanataka tupone, or they care for our lives. No, they are doing it because they want to steal money. They don't care about us. The faster we realize that, ndo tutatoka kwa hii situation yenye tuko, tujue they are not here to serve us. Alafu the other thing I want to talk about is the way we should ostracize the politicians from our platforms. Sijui kwa nini politician anaingia kwa kanisa and we allow them to speak. As in, politician akianza kuongea, we're supposed to walk out. Tunaketi tunasikiza nini? They don't speak for us, they don't act for us. Why should we listen to them? Akianza kuongea, we step out kwa sababu they don't listen to us. Mbona sisi tuwasikize? That is my 2 cents for now. I think kila mtu ajitolee pali yako, we change Kenya for the better.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you, KOT and Morara.
Okay, thank
And
you so much,
Mizani, of
Maureen.
course.
Okay, thank you so much, Maureen. And I think, guys, we want to see change in this nation, yeah. And of course, if we want to see change, then we are the people who should now come out in large numbers to bring the change you want to see. Yeah. Remember, change can only come if we are at the cooking table. Yeah. If we are at the center of this table, and of course, I'm not asking us to join those greedy politicians. Yeah. We can begin ourselves, people who are eligible to vie and bring change. As long as you know yourself that you can bring change, as long as you have the interest of the people, let us come out in large numbers. Let us vie for these political seats. Let us go to the parliament, because the last time we occupied the parliament as the citizens of this Kenya. I mean, as common mwananchi. But I want us to occupy this parliament as the members of parliament, we the young people, because we've seen where the loophole is. Yeah, I saw Morara yesterday when he was in Isiolo. Yeah, people are used to nipeka kitu kadogo, so they were seeing Morara as just a politician, and so they were like, tupatie kitu kidogo. Yeah, I saw it on the timeline ya nani, the lawyer anaitwa nani, that guy. And so guys, I think we need to change this narrative. And so I had queued Ayo, but Ayo, kindly, I want you to hold on Kiasi. I want to give X holding. Ayo, just hold on Kiasi. X holding. Welcome.
Yes, you can hear me.
Yeah, sure, bro.
Yeah, good evening to everyone. And I want to take this opportunity first and foremost to thank Morara for the things he's done. I think this is the second time I'm talking to him on the spaces. And thank you. Keep doing the good work. You started lightly, and the momentum you're gaining. Keep doing what you're doing and do it rightfully. I've had topics. Sorry, I was not at the beginning, so I might have missed some. But for those which that I've had, there's this is my honest or my personal opinion, and I say that I will support Morara in means that I can or that I have, and I will defend him because for the good work. I don't care. People do other things that may not. You are not going to please everybody. It's not a purpose of pleasing people. It's a purpose of doing what is right. It's a purpose of telling people the truth. And I had tweeted earlier in the day that whatever Morara is doing is the only thing that can bring us together again, having a common goal of failed projects or failed government. Because if you remember, the very first Maandamano that was successful with Reject Bill, we had a common bill. We had a common goal, which is the Reject Bill. Those that followed individual hashtag or MOH, Occupy, were not successful because we are not united by one goal. People, you could see there's a mistake somewhere, but somebody is okay with it. But whatever Morara is doing is not affecting Nairobi or rather Kisii, his own county. He's going yesterday he was in Isiolo and picking on the project on every county. So he is able, if we get its support, we'll be able to unite to support Morara under one goal. And then on financing or whatever, I don't think there's any place Morara was demanding for support. It's come from heart, just like we did the medical bills and everything. You see somebody, of course, good work needs to be rewarded. It takes fuel, and it took him long before he came asking for support and everything. But then you have to understand, among us, kuna people that don't like good things. Kuna people that don't see progress, or the other people just want, ni wale tu wanataka to kibaki the same place. Because tell me, like the other week when he was trying to fix public transport, somebody have a problem with it. You pick like, what is it? What is it that you like and can appreciate and support? So this is ndogondogo isikuchoshe ama isikudistract from the goal. What I'd suggest that when you need funding, just say, I need support ABC. Don't respond to that. Let other people, small people like us, deal with those small other group of people, faction of people. You focus on the goal and keep doing. You've been doing it with your own money, and so far you are still. Even put the money aside. There's a sacrifice in individual. You can put your kazi 2 days in mechoka. I'll need rest for 2 weeks, then you find your 2 days. You get. So do the good work and let's concentrate on the important things that will bring us together. Sorry to bring this one, not related really to Morara. Like what is happening the very minute I'm speaking here, we have like 3 parallel groups. Like what's going on? You get those 2 small things. It's more of a, I understand everybody are gonna right to do whatever they want, but it's like kuna ni kama ka tension, ka friction flani ama ka struggle flani to be on the front, which is just fine. But let us identify gani kati ya hizo mingi zina ukweli ama zina mwelekeo yenye watu wengi wanaweza fuata. You get? Not to take anything away from any other person, but let me add to Morara, tuangalie kila. This guy has gone to my own county. The other time alikuwa Ukwala Road, I was in Ambira. I believe you passed by Ambira. You get? That road has been like that for ages. To my home county, Siaya. And honestly, when I sit here, I'm not proud to come from Siaya because if you compare that county with other counties, Kochini. Yesterday, alikuwa other county, Ivo. So tell me any reason why to support Ujama. And tell me any reason why we should fight this Jama. So let's do the right thing. Let's try and have a common goal and let's focus. Hizi zingine ndogondogo, sijui mara part gani, sijui wacha. No. Anyway, we are tuko wengi. If somebody feels that is not addressed, chukua hiyo safari, tupatane mbele. I think not in 2 months ago, Morara was not as popular as he is today. But because of the good work, inakuweka kwa hiyo screen, because of what you do, because it does something. Hata kama hiyo project Isiolo ilikuwa anadanganya, somebody else can go back there and verify, huyu jamaa hii project amesema ni ukweli ama ni uongo. So we have to support what is right and let us stop fighting. I'll speak again.
Thank you very much, X Holding. So I see we are almost at the top of the hour, and the number of speakers waiting to speak. So be patient with us. We'll try as much as possible to engage each and every one of you. But I see your 6,000 and among others who are commoners on these spaces. If you allow me, we have Tekla online. We also have Nothing, who has been waiting. We'll give them the first priority, and then we'll come back to all of you to make the contribution. So, Morara, your mic is on. You want to say something?
Me- yes, please.
Go ahead, sir.
So for those who are joining us now, I'd provided some direction on how the conversation should be shaped, and I'd like to give that direction again, so that when you come on the space, we end up having a useful conversation. So this is the backdrop. This is the background. Hapa Kenya, the young people and professionals wale ambao wanaweza kusaidia nchi yetu, most of them believe politics is a dirty game, and they believe that politics is not meant for them. So essentially what has happened is that we've surrendered our politics to idiots and to criminals who are drug dealers, who are money launderers, who are sex traffickers, thieves, tenderpreneurs, beneficiaries of corruption. Those are the kind of characters that we have in our elective institutions, in our appointive institutions, and most sadly, even in the state house. So now we would like to change the leadership of our country, because we have a very, very beautiful constitution, but now we have very, very poor quality of people to head institutions. Remember, you can have a very good law about IPOA, Independent Police Oversight Authority. But remember that this word independent, apart from the independence that is given in the law, this person himself heading the institution or part of that institution has also to decide to be independent. Look at what the fools at TSC did, the Teacher Service Commission. Teacher Service Commission is supposed to be an independent commission under the Constitution. It doesn't even take instructions from the Ministry of Education. But the fools over there have been giving members of parliament letters of appointment of teachers. So you find a member of parliament in a funeral with 10 letters belonging to teachers. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the problem is not the law, because the law creating Teacher Service Commission is very solid and very nice. The problem is the kind of characters and fools that we've put in those institutions. Therefore, what incentive do we have to attract people of integrity, young, middle-aged, and old, to come into leadership? Secondly, how do they stand a chance against the billionaires who have looted our public funds and who have benefited from the theft of our natural resources? So let me give you a hypothetical example. You have Morara Kebaso running against William Ruto. How exactly do you expect Morara to stand a chance? Yes, of course, you want him to come on board and change Kenya. But how exactly do you expect this person to even stand a chance in that election? And then I spoke about keeping these people accountable, surrounding them with love and with advice, and then campaigning for them, doing the little things that matter a lot. I've also talked about campaign financing, which is unregulated in Kenya, and where we need to think about how exactly should these people be able to run for those offices. The other thing is we need to talk about civic education, changing the mind of the voter so that the voter is no longer commercialized or attracted to money, but rather attracted to ideas. How do we convert the mind of the voter? Then lastly, and very lastly, we have to talk about voter registration. How do we get more people to have IDs? How do we get them to register as voters? And second, how do we ensure that their vote counts? What is this thing that we can do on election day to prevent voter suppression and intimidation and rigging? So, and many more things that I've forgotten. But otherwise, the whole topic should revolve around draining the swamp and replacing criminals with leaders of integrity, the strategy.
All right. Thank you very much, Morara, for that. I think we are equally guided on the contribution because we are seeking to really have a fruitful chat out of this. And for that, I think we can now proceed with the next set of speakers. Thank you for joining the Call Sauti ya Mwananchi. We are looking at the grand takeover of politics to drain and expel theft. How do we do that? And what can we do to encourage more young people into this bracket of political leadership? Tekla, the mic is yours. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening. I hope you all can hear me. Thank you, Morara, Kioti, Mizani, and everyone around here. So for me, the first thing is the politicians have enablers around. And by enablers, I mean we have people who provide oversight, and that is things like EACC, IPOA. They are the enablers, main enablers of these politicians. Because if a politician is suspected or is sentenced for corruption, we have the ODPP and the EACC going back to the courts to withdraw the cases from the courts. So I feel like as much as we are targeting the politicians, we also need to target this organizations that are meant to provide oversight, but have been infiltrated by these same politicians who we are trying to fight. So I don't even understand why we have religious leaders in organizations such as EACC. What do they do there? We have religious leaders in the whole category of people who are supposed to choose the IBC commissioners. Why are they there? I mean, we have a very clear constitution, but the person who is supposed to protect the constitution is the greatest abuser of it, and we need to fight against that. And then also with regards to what we are fighting, and that is bad governance, we need to make our fight personal. Like I, as Tekla, I need to make this fight personal and go for what is choking me so much in this government, be it healthcare, be it bad roads, be it education. If we can achieve it, if every one of us takes our civic duty to fight for what we see is bad. And then, as Morara had said about funds funds are everything. It's really important for us to have, for him to have enough funds to do all that he does. And also with funds comes accountability. And we have a lot of professionals in Kenya. We have lawyers, we have medics, we have engineers. And I saw Morara was setting up an office. And I feel like we Kenyans who are inclined to this movement can provide pro bono services before everything is set up and running 100%. We can provide whoever is probably an engineer and is supposed to guide. Okay, like is supposed to set standards on how Kenya is supposed to be working, can provide pro bono services in the office. So if that is provided, then it brings down the costs, and also it gives that person a voice in the movement, and you kind of own the movement if you provide those services. So I feel like offering pro bono services is going to be a good step for the movement, and also working with existing bodies. As it was mentioned, we have the movements or the organizations in the mtas. We can work with the existing bodies to get into the ground, because most of these justice centers, those are places where most of us access civic education materials. That is where we meet most of the leaders in the community. So we can find a way to work with the existing bodies to penetrate more, because I mean it's only easy if someone is able to access somewhere that they feel is it's familiar. And then we need to empower Kenyans to take up the civic duty, because many of us feel like, as they said, politics is a dirty game. So I don't see the reason why I should wake up at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock to go and vote. And then that is with regards to grassroots civic education, working with the leaders in the community, because Morara cannot be in Kisumu and Nairobi and Mombasa and all over the country in a single day. We need to work actively with the people on the ground who have the same like mindset with the movement, and that is going to help. And that we're not targeting a specific age group, because whatever is happening in Kenya right now is affecting everyone from 0 to 100. We need to change that narrative of this is only affecting the young, or we are only targeting the young. We need to work with everyone who is able to get an ID. And as Professor had made this movement personal by going to fight for IDs, that is one huge problem. And I keep on saying, make this movement personal. Take up what is affecting you most, and with that, I believe we can work towards it. And we are all of us are out here to see Morara win. It's a very good initiative, and thank you so much for starting it. Yeah, that's it. And then we need to fight against misinformation. There's a lot of misinformation because of there's accessibility issues to, like the constitution. People don't understand the constitution as well as it should be. So one thing about accessibility, we need to do the civic education and just fight against misinformation. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tekla. Under a minute, Tekla, if you may. Yes.
Mizani.
She has said something very profound that I just want to add something on. She said that we have a lot of misinformation and disinformation because people have not read the Constitution. And I've been at the forefront of trying to fight for the Constitution to be translated to local languages so that even wamama wazee huko nyumbani waisome vile wanasomanga Biblia hiyo yenye imetranslatiwa kwa language yao. On that leg, I'd like to say something here. Since we are 3,000 people here, and 3,000 people means that if everybody talks to 10 people, we'll have talked to 30,000 people by the end of the day. Tafadhalini, kuna hiyo kitu mnasema ati sijui to be a president in Kenya, you have to be 35 years and above. Please go and forget that thing completely. That thing was in the previous constitution. It's no longer in the new constitution. Tell at least 10 people that that thing is not there, because it's discouraging many young people who can want even to be president. Not even myself. There are many people who have presidential ambitions, but they think that they must be 35. Please help them understand that that is not true. What is true is that you have to be above 18 years old. You have to be an undischarged bankrupt. You should not have been bankrupted by that time. You should not be convicted of a criminal offense exceeding 6 months. You should possess higher education, that's university degree, and many other. You can go and read the qualifications for election as a president. They are on the IEBC website, and they are also in the constitution. So please make sure you demystify that.
Thank you very much, Murara. And actually, that is interesting because people have been talking about everything and anything without really anchoring on specifics. But I believe as we move the conversation forward, we'll be able to identify the gaps and address them effectively. I wanted to engage Tekla for under a minute and ask her, Tekla, why is this change very important to you at an individual capacity? Under a minute.
So this change for me is important because I am in the health sector. So I have seen what lack of the government's investment in healthcare has done to many of us Kenyans. I want to see a healthcare where I would go to hospital today, get a diagnosis, get treatment, and be better to work for the country. We've seen cases of patients who go to hospital, are diagnosed with cancer. You're in line for 3 or 4 months to get chemo. By the time you get back, you're told it's already metastasized to everything. And for me, healthcare is among one of the most important social services that the government should provide. That includes education, and I believe that if you empower a society to have good healthcare, good education, and housing, then the only thing that the citizenship in general is going to work hard to pay the taxes and to make the country well. But I feel like this is the lack of investment in healthcare and education by this government is strategic to, you know, make us okay to I can't find the right words to use, not to sound rude, but to make us, you know, hang by their balls, literally. Because if you don't have enough health, if you don't have good health, you cannot work. You depend on you know, like handouts. If you don't have enough education, we cannot have such spaces and talk and fight against the government. So I want to fight against these people who disempower us so bad that we can go back every single day to beg on their feet and cry so that we can have the basic of necessities. I want a Kenya that is working perfectly, efficiently, and for me, healthcare is it. And these people have damaged our healthcare so bad that I can be sick today. I'm working, and then once I'm done paying my hospital bills, I'm broke, done. So for me, my personal initiative for this movement is healthcare. I'm going down with healthcare. So that's why it's really important for me to, you know, to fight against bad governance. Yeah.
Thank you. And Tekla there has set the pace for what should be personal to you. I'd like to hear from Nothing. After Nothing, I'll switch back to KOT. At a half past the hour, we'll be looking at your comments and see what you're saying. Nothing, the mic is yours. Go ahead.
First, I would like to thank God. I salute our fallen comrades, the injured, the wounded, missing, and each one of you. Allow me to thank Morara and KOT Mizani and every one of you, because we have all contributed in one way or another. I'm immensely grateful, and I honor the call for you have taken up for the nation. It has a lot of complexity, and these complexes involve social, political, economic, and human aspects. On the economic aspect, there's so many people who are willing to support. Unfortunately, sometimes we come across that information and we need to find how to relay that to you. If you can talk to someone like, what's her name, Hanifa, so that we are able to channel, if there's that, there are people who are willing to support you, we are able to communicate that information to you, because there are people from the diaspora who are also willing to chip in, but they were asking how to get through to you. There's Dr. Nimrod, who's ready and willing, and so many other people. On the social aspect, the issues that affect each one of us today, the nation that we want, the Kenya that we have envisioned, and we know it is achievable. Everybody is willing, they're doing their best, and they're standing out there in every way. We are praying for you. We support you in every way. And there are also other ways we can support you, like you're receiving a lot of information that you cannot process within a short time. So there are different ways we can support you. We just need a structure on how to get that to you. So we know if it's that kind of support, who to reach out to. Human capital, there are people who have come from the diaspora and are willing actually to stand by you. There's a team in Kipsang in Wasingishu is willing to work with you. He said he's going to be here to see that he's first of all talking to the elderly that are still standing on our person, and they're also willing to support you. So we also need someone who, if there's a team willing to support you, like you are in Isiolo and Meru, and I think there's a gentleman called John Seremani. There were ladies who are willing to stand with you and to mobilize in Meru, but we need to find a way, because at times we avoid to overwhelm you. On the political side, I know it's getting dirty, but ignore. I always say dogs bark at people they don't know. So let them bring out anything they want to. Where necessary, we will talk back. If not, we will ignore, because we need to all focus on where we need to go. On the political arena, they use tribalism. There's a lady called Toria who's willing to be hosting spaces for different regions for people to look themselves in the mirror and say, as Mount Kenya, our stereotypical estrangement to other community has been led through this door, and we need to deconstruct it so that we can look at ourselves on a national level. So kindly support those spaces, whether you come from those areas or not. So they be vernacular. We are appealing for vernacular spaces where people can say we are sorry, and it has started happening. Wasingishu had an excellent space where they're thanking young people and they're saying, you woke us up from our sleep. And they owned up to where the narrative has been, what the lie has been, and why it is no longer attainable. Urging every community, we can see how to synchronize so that even if it's a CIM meeting, people from all walks of life can come in. When it comes to your logistics, Kenyans are willing to support you, so do not sell your business. Also, try your best to have an inner circle that can stand with you. And when I say an inner circle, I mean people who can see, like, because you can be in an area and you cannot see an angle someone else can pick up. On things like your mic, I'm of the opinion, do not share, and we are willing to buy the sponges for the mic, so that we just try and closing the tight snoozes on the different areas people need to stand in. John runs a space where we want to visit the family of the missing, the family who lost loved one, and the injured, and we will raising finances and arrange on how to visit them. The legal side, we are appealing for people to offer themselves. If say there is a protest, to just strategically position yourself around police station, so that if people are taken in, we can raise the alarm before someone is missing or maybe dead. For petitions that are in court, we need people to avail themselves and say we want to be conjoined to those petitions, and they run with it. I'm not sure whether there's something I've forgotten. I want to yield the mic because I can see people already complaining that the elitism needs to control on your spaces, because everybody wants their voice heard. So yes, we will find. Oh, we also need a strategy for the areas you will go to, so that we can mobilize beforehand. Because we know there are people, there are mobilizers on the ground, but you may turn up in an area and those people are not aware you are coming. So that we try our best. If you can work with market days, that will be a plus. We are deeply grateful for each one of you. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nothing KE. And of course, we need to have a strategy, especially when touring different regions. And personally, I've always done that on my side. Me, I don't meet a huge crowd of people. I've always met watu wachache. And my journey to Mombasa with Akina Wakili the other day, we went through SGR, and of course we offer civic education on board. We reached Mombasa and came back. And so before I give Ayo and Esco, I can see their hands are up, then Wakili, alafu 6,000 in that order. I just want us guys to remember the topic of the day, yeah. And of course mmekuwa mkiona nani Morara akisema mpesa yake imejaa, and I think we should also provide other means where we can raise some funds, yeah, and then we see what we can do with them, especially on matters.
Can I say something?
So yeah, Morara, kindly. Then
Okay, so this is what I'm thinking, guys. Huh? I'm thinking that on issues of resource mobilization, when we began this space, I said the fame and the popularity that I have now is not mine. It is for you. Nyinyi ndio mmenipatia hiyo fame na popularity. If you are the ones who've given it to me, you didn't give it to me ndio nijisifu nayo. Mulinipea so that I become a convener. A convener is a symbol of unity. Yani ni kuange na waleta pamoja, mnaongea, mna discuss nini kitu kama hiyo. Now, look here guys. As the convener, this is what I'm thinking. We need to make this thing perpetual. we need to make it also a permanent mark in Kenya. So me, I've been thinking that the first thing we need is an office. We need an office because in that office, we'll have a boardroom, we'll have a small boardroom for small meetings and a big boardroom for big meetings. We will have our researchers sit in that office. Sasa kama sahi niko na researcher mmoja mwenye nilihire, and that researcher doesn't have an office. Tuna move tu na yeye kwa gari. But angesettle, I think she will be able to do more. That office can also have our security office where they do their security planning from. It can also be the parking space where we park this vehicle yenye mlinunua ya civic education. It can also have a nice garden where we can do photographs with people who visit the center. Yani ikwe tu ni place ya watu, yani si yangu, it's not a private office. Ikwe yenu. Whenever you don't want to talk on X, you come to that office. Then we do really good security around that place. We do a good perimeter wall, we do ile neti ya green, we do a very serious gate, we do very serious security checks, we have a debugging machine ya kucheck bugs, so that we make it a safe space where we go and meet and talk. Yani hata wakati tunataka tu tupatane tu tuongee, it becomes a very nice. Hata tunaweza jiundia ka restaurant kidogo hapo ndani mahali tunakunya tu chai yetu, where we are sure we cannot be poisoned. That office will be very important because kama unipati kwa simu, utanipata kwa ofisi. Na hata usiponipata kwa ofisi, unaweza wacha barua useme this and this is what I wanted to give you. Remember, tuko na whistleblowers who are working in government, who are tired and disgusted with the other con game and so on and so forth. Mimi niliwaambia kuna kitu moja nimelearn, consistency. I'm not going to turn around and keep throwing stones to every person who backs at me. Mimi kama nimedecide tutakuwa na hiyo ofisi, it doesn't matter. Kama Wakenya watachanga ama kama wenye watoka kwa hii Twitter space watachanga tukuwe na ofisi ni sawa. Kama hawatachanga, me I'm ready to sell even it's a plot of land yenye niko nako mahali nishike kaploti kamoja niwekele, tupate ofisi, a home ground, mahali tunaita home, mahali tuna occupy, where everybody can come and be safe, where if you're being chased by police ukuja unaingia kwa gate. We need to have that, so that once we have an office, udem ametoka kuongea saa hii, amesema kuna watu wa volunteers. Unapata mtu ni lawyer, unapata mtu ni engineer, unapata mtu ni computer scientist ako na skills za IT, unapata mtu ni wa marketing ama ni communication specialist, anataka kuoffer hiyo service. Mtu ataoffer hiyo service wapi? Of course atakuja kuoffer hiyo service nikiwa Kieni kwa rally ama nikiwa Isiolo kwa rally. Atataka a structured way ya kufanya vitu. Ofisi itatusaidia kwanza tukue na documentation, tukue na structured way ya kufanya vitu. Kuna mabarua natakanga kuandika but hatuna ofisi bana. For example, we need to write a letter to the Engineers Board of Kenya tuambie au maengineer wote wamejenga hizo barabara za ufala wakuwe deregistered from the role of engineers, watoke kabisa na wakwende. Hizo barua inataka ofisi mahali mtu anakaa anaandika, na pia kuna address ya kurespondiwa. Kama wataka kurespond barua wana respond. Sasa hivi tunataka kuandika barua kwa treasury watuambie ile bank account yenye walifungua ya Kenya, walifungua kwa banki kwa America inaitwa JP Morgan Chase, wakaiba $2 billion. Hiyo account tunataka kuijua. Kuandika hiyo barua inahitaji ofisi. So ni very important tukuwe na place tunaita home. Alright? And then pia hapo ofisi, mtu yote mwenye anataka kurun for any political position in 2027, anaweza kama hapo kwa ofisi, tujuanie hapo, tuanze kubuild networks hapo, tukienda home ground yake. Wakati naongea na mic juu mimi watu wananitambua, nikishatokea tu juu ya roof, nikishika mic wanajileta wenyewe. Ni vizuri umse mwenye ako hapo home ground, mwenye tumegrow, mwenye ni kijana tunataka kuinua, ni kwa tayari nishamjua, tumeinteract, naweza mpea mic pia yeye apige shughuli yake, educate. Meanwhile akiendelea kufanya hiyo civic education, watu wanaendelea kumtambua na wanaendelea kurecognize talent yake. So itakuwa muhimu sana tuanze kufikiria hiyo kitu ya kuwa na ofisi. Lastly, kuna udem amesema about accountability that ni vizuri hata kama na receive do za Wakenya ni kuwa accountable. Kitu ya kwanza nataka mjue hiyo do nimekuwa nikireceive is a personal donation. Na nilisema from day one, kama unanitumia do, utume kama sadaka kwa bishop. Utume bila maswali. The reason nilisema hivyo ni kuna expenditure zenye siwezi reveal, na si ati ni kwa ubaya ama ni kwa sababu nataka kucheza Wakenya ama nini. Kuna vitu zenye nikiwaambia nitakuwa naambia pia maadui. For example, nikianza kuwalistia nilifuel hapa, nililipa huyu security, nililipa hii. Essentially, hiyo expenditure yangu itaanza kutell the government a story. And the story will be indo movement ya umse, hivi ndivyo anafanyanga, na watakuwa very alert kuniprepare an attack, and none of you will be able to prevent that attack. Kwa hivyo pia kuna expenditure yenye siwezi reveal. So ukinitumia on my personal number, ujue kwanza hiyo umenitumia yani donation tu yako, wewe usijali, ujue I'm honest, nitapiga kazi. For example, mlinitumia do nilibuy gari, mmeiona. Mlinitumia do ni buy system, nilibuy, mmeiona. Mlinitumia do ya fuel, nimezunguka Kenya, mmecheki, mmeona nyi wenyewe. Aya, hivyo sitawaibisha, si ati nitawaweka kwa disappointment. Lakini pia on top of that, tukisha kuwa na ofisi, we can have a common kitty. Tunaweza kuwa na bank account na tukue hadi na pay bill. Sasa hiyo funding yenye natuma huko kwa bank account na kwa pay bill si yangu ya mafuta na si yangu ya security, hiyo ni ya general services. Hiyo sasa itakuwa inakuwa audited, inatumwa hadi audited reports, hivi na hivi ndio tulispend, kwa sababu expenditures za hiyo account zitakuanga vitu general, chai, mafuta, nini, vitu general, stationery, tulinunua makaratasi ya printing paper, kuandika hizi mabarua, nini, tulilipia hii, tulilipia gazeti, hivyo. Tulilipia internet, hivi, tulilipia stima, tulilipia maji. So, tunaweza kuwa na account mbili. Kuna wale wananitumia kwa M-Pesa yangu, hiyo ni ya kunisupport mimi for my personal activity, but sasa tukuwe na an organization, a kind of a structure yenye kuna ofisi na kuna pay bill yake yenye tunatumanga, na hiyo ni common kit yenye inatusaidia wote. Na mjue, by the way, nikimaliza rally zangu za country mzima, tunahitaji tukue Nairobi, ama Kenya ni home convention Nairobi yenye inaleta people of all generations, tukuje Nairobi place kama Kasarani, to discuss mambo na wanasiasa wasikuwe invited. For us to achieve that, lazima tutahitaji resources na tutahitaji funding. So kama tutakuwa tumekuwa na hiyo kiti inaweza saidia sana kufanya hiyo shughuli. So that is what I can say.
Okay. Thank you so much, Morara. So mimi sina mambo mengi. Let me just give the mics to the following speakers, 3 minutes each, and of course it's 30 minutes past top of the hour, 9 p.m. East African time. My friend Ayo sema hivyo. So Ayo, welcome.
Every time you say that, I just crack up. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to KOT and Mizani for co-hosting this vital space, to our dedicated host, Morara, for the exceptional job in holding the government accountable by exposing critical issues. Your efforts in ensuring transparency and providing a platform for meaningful discourse are deeply, deeply appreciated. And today, I want to address a crucial matter: the empowering role of our youth in shaping the political landscape of Kenya as we look towards 2027. This year presents a defining moment for the younger generation to rise, make their voices heard, and actively contribute to steering our nation towards a brighter future. It's our time to rise as the youth. And youth of Kenya, this is your moment to step into the spotlight, because our political landscape is in need of fresh perspectives and innovative solutions, to be honest. And the challenges we face are significant: high unemployment rates, a rising cost of living, inadequate access of quality education, persistent corruption, and notably, insufficient health. We don't have health. Our hospitals are not well equipped, and the deepening tribal divisions that continue to fracture our society. So let's address these challenges. How are we addressing these challenges? The unemployment among the youth remains alarmingly high, and it hence has left many without opportunities for meaningful work. And the soaring cost of living is impacting the everyday lives of Kenyans, you and me, your brother, your sister, making it harder for families to even make both ends meet. It's failing to equip young people with the skills needed for future success. And while corruption undermines public trust and diverts essential resources. So one of the most pressing issues we face is the persistent tribalism that divides us. Politicians have mastered this. Hence, they divide us into different tribal cocoons. Once they realize that we are overpowering them, they divide us into different tribal cocoons because they've exploited tribal identities for political gain, hence creating divisions and perpetuating a cycle of discord and mistrust. And to be honest, this has led to a fragmented society where unity and progress are undermined by, tribal loyalties. We can see it on the timeline. Sometimes it's just tribal issues. Let's talk about the grand takeover. As we look towards 2027, a grand takeover by the youth is not just necessary, it is essential. And thank you for the young people like Morara standing up, and we are supporting you. We are behind you, supporting you. Go take those political seats. You have the power to break away from the diverse tribal politics that, have long plagued our nation for quite a long time. And your involvement, rather, Akina KOT, Akina Morara, your involvement in politics can usher into a new era where policies are based on merit and the common good rather than tribal affiliations. We have a huge problem ahead of us, registering as voters and taking over leadership. To effect real change, it is crucial for young people. We need to register as voters and take active roles in leadership. We need to ensure that we are registered and we are eligible voters. We need to engage into the electoral processes, advocate for policies that align with our values as young Kenyans, and support candidates who present a genuine commitment to addressing our nation's challenges. Let's talk about draining the swamp. We need to drain this swamp. To drain this swamp of ineffective and corrupt politicians, we must undertake several actions. Number one, we need to promote transparent leadership. How do we promote transparent leadership? We need to support candidates who demonstrate a clear commitment to transparency, integrity, and accountability. And we also need to demand regular audits and public disclosures of public leaders are held accountable for their actions. Number two, we need to encourage civic participation. Civic education, this civic education that we keep on running around, civic education. We need to foster a culture of active citizenship where voters are informed and engaged. Because in the recent past, we always just go to the ballot. We vote along tribal lines. We vote along mtuwetu. We need to stop that nonsense. This includes participating in public forums, like these spaces, like the whatever mwananchi. Inaitwaje? Whatever ya mwananchi. This that was being held and it's no longer being held. We need to participate in such things. And when we attend the community meetings and we hold these leaders accountable through petitions and advocacy, we hence support electoral reforms. Because at the end of the day, if we do not support electoral reforms, we just see what has been happening to our IBC and all that kind of stuff. Let's advocate for electoral reforms and enhance the fairness and transparency of the voting process. And this might also include the measures that prevent voter fraud, ensuring equitable representation. Let's go and tulinde kura yetu. We keep on saying that kura yako, unalinda kura yako, but go home. We need to start. If we identify a presidential candidate, we identify an MCA, a governor, or whatever, let's linda that kura. Because it will be stolen at the end of the day. We know these people. Let's strengthen the anti-corruption measures, guys. If we don't support initiatives and legislations aimed at combating corruption and promoting good governance, and encourage the establishment of independent bodies tasked with investigating and prosecuting the new youth, as a youth in Kenya, the new youth as these new youth politicians emerge, it is crucial to establish frameworks that ensure that they are accountable by implementing clear standards and developing clear standards and guidelines for their ethical behavior and performance for their roles. We ensure that these standards are well publicized and understood by both the candidates and the public so that we keep these leaders accountable in each and every step they make. And even let's encourage public scrutiny and provide training and support for these voters and even for these leaders. These young leaders, they need support. We had people like Akina Kivuta Kibwana advising us. We had people like, I've forgotten the name, who came and taught us about the Constitution and how they made sure that the Constitution was implemented and all that. When we provide civic at grassroots level, through community workshops and school programs and local advocacy groups, we end up utilizing media platforms like social media and even our local media like radios, the traditional media, Gazeti, Nini. We ensure that these people are well informed back in the villages. So as I finish, let's unite against propaganda, guys. There's a lot of propaganda happening on the timelines, more so on X and TikTok. This is the time for unity, not division. Like right now, we Morara just announced that he's going to host a space. We already have parallel spaces. And that tells you how much people are against whatever that is good. Watu wakiona vitu za kuharibu ndio wanatokea. Did these people announce that they're going to have spaces? No. The other day, Morara said that they're going to host a space. We saw what that young man did. He went ahead and held a parallel space. We need to stop that nonsense. When we unite...
Drop off,
I'm dropping off. When we unite, we resist this attempt to fracture our movements through the divisive propaganda. So, in conclusion, I urge all of you to rise and encourage and determination. The future of Kenya depends on our active involvement in leadership. Let's embrace the challenge with hope, and together let's build a nation that reflects the dreams and aspirations of all its people, free from the constraints of tribalism and empowered by innovative solutions to political financing. Let's stand against the those who seek against dividing us and focus on creating a future ahead. Thank you for listening to me. My name is Ayo the Sixth. Have a great evening.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ayo, for using 10 minutes. And I said you used 3 minutes. Anyway, guys, the next speaker, please ensure you observe time because I don't want to drop you off. We have a lot of requests here. We have over 100 requests. Na naona pia DM yangu mumejaa, and of course I can't give the speaker to all of you. Yeah. We can only allow 10 speakers on the panel at a time. So guys, just hold on. I know Morara has enough data. We can do this even up to midnight. So just hold on. We'll give you a chance to speak to us. And so I can see Wakili. I saw Diamonds. Diamonds, kindly, can you use 3 minutes, please? I saw you here. You came here earlier.
Diamonds, can you hear KOT? You have your moment. I think Diamonds is already sleeping. Maybe we should proceed to the next speaker. Oh, Diamonds is here. Diamonds, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Hi, I'm not yet sleeping. But I think, Morara, thank you for what you're doing. I think you're doing a great job. I hope you keep the course. It might not be easy. We have quite a long way to go. I think you've done probably about 7 counties so far, or maybe 8, maybe 10, I don't know. We have 47 counties to go. We've not yet touched the Rift Valley, not gone to the coast, not gone to Nairobi. But what I would say is, please, even as you go to these counties, there is a big problem around the housing levy and a big problem around the housing project. So far, this country has collected almost 100 billion Kenya shillings from Kenyans. 100 billion is actually enough to build over 80,000 units free that Kenyans should be given for free. For 100 billion shillings, they've not completed a single project, not one that I know of. I think it would be something that you need to consider. In every county, I think they've been launching this since 2022, November, October there. So these ones, they will not have even a single excuse to speak about the regime that was there before. With 100 billion Kenya shillings, it's actually almost enough to cover 50% of what Adani is going to give for the Jkia deal. It's something that I think you need to consider, and please go to those projects. Let's see them. We will support you, obviously. We go to the villages ourselves, and we will as well take the message down there. Also consider that for the journey to 2027, this needs a political party. It needs everybody together under one umbrella. Everybody needs to speak from the same language, and it has to start very, very early. A political party must be there because it's an umbrella that will keep everybody under one space. Another third thing is there are many things that will keep coming. There is the university funding model. There is the social health insurance. There is the Adani. There is the Adani deal. There are many, many, many things that will keep coming. But I think the best way is to keep the course. Just keep the course. And when I say that is we need to keep the course by following projects that have never been completed, stalled projects, corruption. It's also time to actually name the engineers that are signing off these projects. Let's name the contractors that are taking up these projects. It's much better to tell people in those villages, ni nani alichukua hiyo pesa, ni nani huyo amekula hiyo pesa, ni engineer mgani amesign off your project. It's much better going that deeper and that far. With that, I support you. Keep going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Diamonds. And of course, you observed time. You used 4 minutes. And so let me give this chance to Wakili and then 6,000. I want to clear the speakers panel, then bring in other speakers.
Thank you very much. And I want to greet every one of you who is listening and following through this space. And I want to thank Mural for convening the space. I can say, and first echo the sentiments of Murara in regard to the issue of organization, that we have noticed for the longest time in this country, the people who have been controlling this politics are the rich people and the billionaires that we see in this country. And if you look at even political parties are owned and controlled by these billionaires. We, the young people, when we were mobilizing ourselves through the forums, the X Space, the TikTok, and all the other forums we did when we were doing the protest across the country, we really did a lot of civic education to everyone, even our brothers and sisters in the villages, our mothers in the villages, and we were working it in a very homogeneous way of trying to talk to people and ensuring that everybody is on board and is understanding why we need to protest against the finance bill. But the political class we have came in later when they noticed that we don't have proper organization. That's why they started now dismantling us, and we are now backtracking to the gains we had made when it comes to the demands, the standard we are trying to set. And we have noticed that there's no way we can just demand change when we are outside the framework that determines how these changes are made. So I think it's important that we come together as a team in our smallest way, even at the ward level. We try to sell together and educate our people at the ward level, at the constituency level, so they can hold these MPs and MCAs. We hold governors accountable. We hold senators accountable. We check how this country is being run, and we work as a team in a coordinated manner. And that is the only way I think this thing can be a realistic goal when it comes to implementation of the changes we all desire to see. Some of us who are lawyers have been trying to offer a lot of pro bono services throughout these protests by going to the police cells, going to the courts, trying to do a lot of this. And I think now we have to scale it up and also go now to the villages and talk to people and tell them their rights and how they are being violated and all these things. But I will do this. I request that we also try to work as a team, lobby your colleagues around your village, and push this agenda as a team. Thank you very much.
Okay, Thank you so much, Wakili. Yeah. And guys, honestly,
Wait, 1 minute,
okay,
KOT.
Morara. Okay.
So Wakili has failed to mention that he has been traveling with me since we started the tours. He has failed to mention that tuko pamoja. It's just that he's in his room
Yeah,
sleeping,
tuko ground,
and I'm at
tuko ground.
I am where we are supposed to be eating dinner. So Wakili, you need to tell them that you've been on the ground and what you saw. I don't know why you are denying me,
Yeah, I
like
think
Peter
what,
denied
let
Jesus.
me thank you for your guidance. I think what I can mention about that is we have been having a chance to talk to most of the locals on the ground, and I can tell you, people are yearning for this change. People are appreciating that Kenya ni home, and they are willing to protect it. We obviously, there are the politicians, the political class who are scared of the move. You could see even when we went to a church we fellowship at Endarasha during the memorial service there, uh, the pastors were injecting on our behalf. The moderator was injecting and demanding for accountability, and they mentioned and held accountable the head of the budget, parliamentary budget, Dini Nyoro. He was being questioned about why he flew in using a helicopter, and he's not aware about how the road from Endarasha all the way to Kiawara has not been completed, and money contract was awarded more than in 2018. So clearly showing that we young people in these villages and in these towns, if we continue pushing our parents, we are going to be able to debunk what this political class have been doing, and we push them because I know they're going to use money. Like in Isiolo, they try to use some money to make some goons trying to become rowdy, demand tokenism, so that obviously to cause disruption. But I think we have a duty, because when we are moving around and inspecting these projects and working in sales form, it also helps us to be able to counter some of these insecurities. Those who are the young people who believe in this cause of change and work in the security sector, kindly also ensure that you provide support when it comes to security, and you ensure that if you believe in this cause, because we need the support of each and every one of people who want to have a change and have a better Kenya, where even you who is in this department, you are earning a better salary and you're able to take your children to a good school, where all these politicians have been taking their children and ensuring our lives is so poor and we live in very bad state of life. And I need to call upon each and every one of us to ensure that even those guys who are sending clips trying to threaten morality not to step in their towns. I think some guy was threatening us not to go to Embu. These are guys we need to salimia how, and we keep them checked, because these are people who have ensured this country remain the way it is, whereby our parents had to go and queue in a field ndivyo wapatiwe 2,000 ati ndio basari ya kwenda kulipa university. Watoto wengi wana lose dreams. Guys who used to school within primary school and university and high schools, una notice, never went to college and their dreams never became a reality. So we cannot allow this kind of nonsense to be allowed in this civic education. They don't want them to know the truth, because when they know the truth, they are going to kick them out. So it is our business to tell the truth and to ensure we tell everyone and anybody who come against this journey of telling the truth. But then in Kiendi, we went in Kiendi, Kiawara town. There was the politicians had sent some kid truck there to try and disrupt our meeting, and guys charged against that truck mpaka ikaondolewa hapo. We stayed firm because we were trying to disrupt and trying to pretend that wanataka kuipitisha hapo gari ya kuzima moto, yet people in Ndarasha, our children died when that particular lorry had no fuel, but today walikuwa wameweka fuel ati ndivyo kuja disrupt civic education. They need to know that we are not scared. They need to know that Kenyans are tired and we have learned one business. Si walisema kuwa tukienda kwa street watatupiga risasi. Sasa tutakuja kuongelesha watu nyumbani. Kama wanataka kupiga risasi tukiongelesha watu nyumbani, they tell us. They need to know we are ready to face the bullet, because we have bought that bullet using our tax money. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Awakili. And I'm just happy that you guys are in the same room and speaking on the same space with different gadgets. Anyway, thank you so much, and have your supper. Ensure you are charging for tomorrow. And for the journey that is ahead of us. Yeah. And so I wanted to give it to 6,006. I want to give you 3 minutes, bro. Kindly observe time.
Yeah, so KOT, I hope everybody's okay. It's a nice space. So first of all, I want to tell Morara I like what he does. And in what he does, I just want him to maintain one thing, which is called an independent mind. An independent mind is a mind that can think, can listen to advice, but still think towards the direction that feels is going to be right. And the moment you have that in this movement, there is nothing that will sway you, move you, or scare you. An independent mind is whereby sahi watu wanaweza chochana twende streets, but you know what is good for the movement, and you'll be able to give out your input. So Morara, as you continue to do this, make sure you have an independent mind. The other thing I wanted to answer you and say, when the government fights us with propaganda, we should fight with propaganda. Propaganda wins any war. There is no war that will win without propaganda. And why do I say that? I think I've specialized so much in PR, propaganda, marketing, and all that. Those are some of the things that I do for a living. And my work is to discredit what the other brands are doing, just to make sure that whatever is going out there is going to work. So guys, as we fight this war, I just wanted to put in my input and say, we need to come up with the best propaganda that we have. There's something that Morara also asked during the day, and he deleted the tweet about what slogan should he give out to the movement now that Kenya ni Home is being used by another civic education group. And I had said there that if you want to come up with a slogan, you need to demonize your opponent. There's something we do when we are playing football, and one thing tunatoanga watu game nao ni kusema huu jamaa ajui ball, hata akwe mdeadly aje, by the time ushamwambia ajui ball, inamaanisha morali yake imerudi chini, confidence imeenda chini. So you as the opponent, you have to pick up. So we have to demonize this regime. We have to make this the way he made people believe us ever since they came to the government. They have been winning government tenders, tourism tenders, all of that. We should make these people know that. And when we fight these people, we now have to take the bull by its horns. We don't have to take the bull tukienda kwa kona kona. And you asking something about addressing him. Kindly address him as Zakayo, address him as William Ruto. If it is Murkomen, address him as Murkomen. If it is Opio Wandai, address him as Wandai. But the moment ukisema yule jama opposition amefanya hii, people don't know. And Nonini said something here. There is one thing that comes with mentioning names. They become, they stick into someone's mind. So you should keep mentioning names alongside all the evil things that are happening. That is one way that we are going to fight these people. Secondly, I see people complain here. That is a government strategy. But it's a high time we also have to employ a similar strategy, but do it better now that we have numbers that can do it voluntarily. That is these bloggers to come and discredit a movement. We can wake up just in the morning and do 3 tweets alone, demonizing this government. If we are almost 100,000 people who are saying that, and we are doing that between 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., whatever evil the government has done will be trending at number 1 in the whole country, the same as a former students leader. And I'll be there, whatever what. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Six. And of course, tomorrow We the students, yeah, I'm a student actually at the Technical University of Mombasa, will be out demonstrating against the new funding model. It's so oppressive and punitive. We want the previous funding model to be used. And so we'll be out tomorrow. Ensure you are joining us. Escowino, 2 minutes, kindly, bro. Kowino.
Hello. Yes, yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, I can hear you.
First, Morara, I want to thank you for the good job you're doing. You've been doing a fantastic job. Na ukiona unapigwa mawe, jua you're on the right trajectory. So if people have started talking, then just know you are doing a very, very good job. And umewafika kwenye core. Now they don't want you to do what you are doing because you are really exposing what people didn't know, and that is the civic education we are talking about. Thank you again for hosting this space. I think it is good that we have these spaces, we have these conversations, because civic education is very important. Mahali tunaenda, this is a marathon, and we cannot win it kama tumenyamaza. So thank you again. Going forward, I want to take less than 3 minutes because a lot of things that I wanted to say have been said. But I want to tell you people that these conversations about having leaders is very, very important. As much as people want to hide behind it, oh, we don't want leaders, leaderless. The leaderless thing, like I've been saying in the previous spaces, that it already served its purpose and we cannot move like that anymore. We have to have leaders, whether we like it or not. And I like the idea that you brought, Morara, that you should have offices and everything, strategies and all that, because we are in war against people that have financial muscles. They have everything in their disposal. Wako na pesa ya serikali wanaweza tumia kwenda kupiga campaign, and that is what they are doing right now, because they know that the heat has been too much from the younger generation, the Gen Zs and the millennials, and everyone has woken up. People are now aware. People are reading the constitution. People know what is supposed to be done and what's not supposed to be done. So they have started campaigning. They are going everywhere on top of cars. They are using taxpayers' money to do those things. So for us, we also have to do civic education. And I've been talking to people and I've been telling people that it will come to a point that wakienda Mombasa, you go there after them, because our kona pesa, they will go, they distribute money and everything. And we know the population we have in this country. A lot of people are very poor. And so when they are given these small tokens, they fall for it very fast. So if they fall for it, it gets us to a point that we cannot convince these people. So unless we go where these people have gone, it won't make that much impact. But again, we have to go to every part of the country. There has to be funds, because huwezi enda na pesa yako kila siku, it won't be enough. So fundraising and everything, that will be very important going forward. Again, if we are communicating the same message, everyone, please, there is no need to keep fighting or kifungua space that someone else is doing that. This is not a competition. All we want is a better Kenya for everyone else. So if you feel Morara's way of convening his message is not suitable for you, and the enemy is Ruto and his government, please do your own without fighting Morara or sema Morara nafanya nini. Hapana, just do your own. Lastly, political problems can only be solved when we get involved into politics. We cannot lie. We are not just going to do activism alone without getting involved into politics. And I love the fact that people are coming out kusema they want to vie for political seats. Venye Zonka amesema nenda kuvai Kimilili 2027. That is fantastic. The next election is going to be a youthful, about money and everything, campaigns that unaweza splashia your constituents, how much money during the campaigns. It's going to be, what can you do for your people and what have you done? What have you been doing? So if you want to vie, start popularizing yourself with your people. Talk to your people from the villages, your constituencies. Talk to them, tell them why you are fighting this bad governance. And I've been telling people, we are not fighting the government. We are not fighting Ruto as a person. We are fighting is corrupt government and the bad governance that is subjected Kenyans to. We cannot allow this to go on, and we can only do this when we get involved, we participate in politics. I love the fact that Dan Onyango came here, and he said that they are talking to youth and they want to form a political party. That is the direction we are supposed to be taking. And when these political parties are formed, it's not a must we form like 100 political parties. Morara may form political party yake, Koyoti Sonko na party yake. We don't want supremacy battles. If Koyoti Sonko forms a party, si hata lazima party kweni yake ati sasa inaitwa party ya Koyoti must be the party leader. We want the party primaries to be fair. Party leader hata anaweza delegates has to elect who is a party leader. The fact that you formed a political party doesn't make you an automatic party leader, because that is where the supremacy battles start. Kila mtu anasema hapana, I do not agree with these people because of this and this and this. Now you run away, you go and form your own party. So authenticity has to be very important on that. And we fight this thing as a united cause. So if parties can be formed, it will be good. We get leaders. Mnataka kuvai kiminini na mtu KOT, you go for primaries, for nominations. If you are defeated, you support the person that has defeated you, so long as agenda yake na sera zake zile ameuzia wananchi, you keep them accountable and they do that. That is the direction we want to take. We don't want a country and there is ukabila every time and again. We want to be divided on tribal politics. We want to be divided on who is famous. We elect people based on being famous in our regions. And lastly, anytime we are doing this civic education, ask yourself, what type of a leader do you want? Because if we don't know the type of leaders we want, then the change we are fighting for, we are not ready for the change. Ask yourself, what type of a leader do you want? A famous leader or a leader that works for the people? Because we have to elect people who are going to work, not people who are going to sit there and just pocket some big amounts of salaries. They are not doing what helps the people. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much, Kowino, for that submission. And I know time is well spent, but I'm told by KOT that Morara has more than enough data to hold a space until midnight. What I don't know if he has the time, but we'll try as much as possible to push the numbers. Now, let me get to your comments.
No. Mizani.
Yes, brother.
Of course, I have the time.
All right.
I want to listen to Kenyans speak their mind. In fact, if they say we do it till morning, these are the same Kenyans who party in clubs till morning. Why can't they hold a space till morning?
I am encouraged that you have time for us. Let me get to your comment section and see what you're saying there. We have Wanjira Gidiomi who says, please ask everyone to retweet this space and encourage people to join in. I don't think we even need to ask, guys. Why don't we just do the necessary? Retweet the space, encourage as many people to come on board. Kabando Wakabando says, excellent effort. Keep eyes on the ultimate goal to fall unjust and gluttonous plutocracy. Bits by bits, the Ruto regime is crumbling. Nas Karen, who says, to give real service, you must add something which cannot be bought or measured with money, and that is sincerity and integrity. Thank you very much, Nas, for that. Fred Maina says, the road you visited in Kieni constituency is actually my home. But that road started in the times of Kibaki, ikawekwa Marami. Iyo ni time ya Chris Murungaru was the member of parliament. Then came Warugungo and nothing more was done. Then came Kanini Kega. By the way, that road has been launched twice in 2018. And the story continues, and it's in 2023. Same area has no clean water since 1984. So I know, Morara, you're very huge on relaunch and sub launches. So you need to visit that road and de-launch it. We have Christine Umweru who says, who are the contractors, real persons who were paid to do it? Next level exposure is what maybe we should be looking into. We have Professor Kibwana who says, kudos Morara, KOT Mizani for the fantastic work you're doing. You have huge responsibility for the youth and Kenya. The grand takeover requires first crowdsourcing and manifesto on the Kenya Kenyans want. This must be radically different from today's bankrupt ideologies. And quite a number of you actually making your contribution. I can't sample all of them, but allow me to take two more. I see Henry Kabogo, who says, I support the young people take over of the politics in Kenya. They are right people to protect their future. And last but not least, we say, talk like the president of Kenya, mnachanganya Morara kabisa. He's simply a content creator who has ventured into a niche that other content creators had not yet explored. And so Naibe thinks Morara here is a content creator. But on the other hand, Morara believes we are here to make the Kenya we want because Kenya ni home. Once again, this space is courtesy of Morara. And Morara, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity not only to ventilate on the issues that we are facing as a country, but also try formulate way forward. I'll go to the ladies who are in the room. I'll start with you, Vivian, followed by Pauline in that order. Vivian, please, the mic is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Vivian. I'm a musician and more recently a psychologist and author. Firstly, to thank Morara, KOT, and Mizani for having this space. And of course, to encourage my fellow leaders, women to actually speak out. I'll start by saying that we are obviously in a continued era of whistleblowing. So I don't think that should end or slow down in any shape, way, form, or manner. I mean, we've all been abreast of everything that has been happening, one exposure leading to another one and another one. And it's blown all our minds. I think another thing I will mention is I really like Morara's authenticity. And thank you for spreading the energy of courage. I've danced in the public a little bit, si sana kidogo too, so I have a little bit of experience when it comes to criticism. So thank you for not swaying into the hands of critical Kenyans, and of course mainstream media who will obviously try to push and shove you around. And I must, maybe you've talked about this before, but I'd be interested to know the women who are on your team, not specifically because I have any lobbying that I'm doing, but just because I truly understand the value and depth that women give to spaces like this. Someone mentioned that the Constitution should be translated just like the Bible is translated in mother tongue. And I agree with that because I feel like, let me give an example of Wavinya's story. I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently there's a story going around that she was stranded with 679 million in the UK. But her most recent tweet is her quoting a Bible verse. I think that's quite disrespectful, and it's diverting what people are talking about, by alluding to her Christian beliefs and just trying to yani kuzima moto. So I think it's important that as much as people have their belief systems in whether you are Muslim or a Christian, let's stand on business. And right now what we need is accountability and responsibility of our leaders. Morara, I've also heard you talking about setting up office. It's a good idea, but it's important to remember that all these things, the bottom line is accountability. And yes, we can have an office where people can come and have a boardroom and sit down and discuss different matters. But at the end of the day, how are we going to ensure that that space maintains its integrity and accountability? Na najua umesema usiulizwe shilingi zote, which is okay, but remember, even people who end up misusing public funds, kuna ile msemo inasemanga chovya humaliza asali, inazanga tu pole, and then it just becomes something that you're accustomed to. So I would want to also emphasize on the importance of, even if it is having an office, ensuring that it remains
highly accountable and with high integrity, just so that, you know, the sanctity of that space is maintained. And to just say and chime in why this is personal. There's a lady who talked about it, and she's a medic. And I liked the personal part. And I think it's something that all of us must withhold, because when it's personal, then you understand your contribution better. So obviously, being a musician, I've been in that space for about 10 years now. Actively, maybe 8 years. Still, you know, working on that space. But more importantly, what I realize is, even in the music space, we have had countless bodies, like, you know, bodies like Mziki and all other, even corporates, trying to infringe on the rights of artists and the music. And I think there has been, earlier this week, my brother Nons, he won a case against an IP case. And I mean, he's going to get into the details of it. But the reality, why I'm mentioning that, is the reason why a lot of artists have failed in that space is because of limited knowledge. And I talked to Nons about this. So how does this trickle down into this movement of the grand takeover? Is the importance of coming together, unity. Kenya is a very creative country. I mean, one of the reasons even Morara just pulled us all in is just the way he's able to emulate and speak like the president and other people. So we are a very creative country. But even artists and creatives have failed in many ways because of not having a language of unity, and also not having enough knowledge when it comes to what their rights are. I know that many people here are well knowledgeable and all these things, but it is important to understand that if you don't understand the space, even the constitution to the T, kuna mali utapatikana. So that's also something I wanted to chime in. I have experienced a lot of crazy things as an entertainer and as a musician, spaces where there's a lot of collision, not being able to get along, not understanding our rights, not being able to just come together. And even on this platform, I don't know how many artists or musicians there are, especially those who are highly, you know, people who are known, for lack of a better word, to just help in pushing this agenda. And it becomes more of like that key selfish thing. But I like that this space doesn't hold that. This is a space for every person who's a Kenyan citizen to be able to speak and to give their contribution. So that is mine. Integrity is big for me. So I just hope that we are able to maintain that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian. And you know what I love about what you're talking about, which is integrity. There's something that I see on your bio, and I did my quick check. It's a book you've written, which is Take Back Your Power. And like you taking back the power in terms of trying to find the inner peace and going through your journey of recovery to some extent. I'm talking about our personal journeys. We are here trying to take over politics as a country. Is there any power within this tech power you can advise us to pick up as a point of reference for us? Just under 1 minute. Vivian.
I would probably say personal responsibility. Each of us must assess our actions on a daily, just to look at who am I, what do I stand for? Do my personal belief systems speak into the role I hold as a citizen in terms of making this country better? From small things such as littering to other big things as, am I being hateful? Am I being self-centered? You know, such things. So, and am I also giving space for anyone, irrespective of gender or irrespective of whatever belief system that they hold, to be able to share and speak up. And I will just say finally, we've seen cases recently. The case against what's her name, Rebecca, who was touched by an ex-partner. And we must ask ourselves, this is a world champion. So we need to ask ourselves, even in terms of our core values as a country. What do we represent? Do we spread messages of hate? And I have no offense to men who say not all men, but do you hold accountable people or men, whoever it is, that runs around in ways that are unjust and even dangerous to other human lives? So that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian, and we appreciate you for stopping by, sharing your comments with us. Morara, who are you? Sharing your comments with us. Morara, who are you? What defines us? All of us who are Moraras on this space tonight. Binti, the mic is yours. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Morara, KOT, Mizani, and everybody else. I wanted to just point out something. Like, as we fight bad governance and take on these endeavors of like civic education, there are efforts that are currently there to speak to people that are in rural areas, like the elderly. We're translating things, which is great, by the way. Like, that's what we need to do. But here in this space, we've been talking a lot about the youth, and I just feel like the general idea we have of the youth is people that, currently like the Gen Z, for example. But I feel like there's a very important group that we're not really not forgetting per se, but I would say perhaps not paying as much special attention to. And I've said this before.
Just a second, Binti, we might be having a connection issue, Morara. Make sure we don't drop off from the space. And if that happens, I will request you restart another space immediately. Binti, I apologize for that interruption. I will now unmute and allow you to proceed. Kindly.
No problem. That's fine. Thank you. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, I was saying that there's a group that we
why am I angry? Because I've been looking at what's been happening online, and the first thing that came to my mind was when Nelson Amenya, who was the first whistleblower on this Adani deal, was being attacked, okay, by this person calling themselves Healthcare Solutions. Now, I looked up to them, I looked into them rather, and found out that, they've only got 64 followers. So I thought, well, whatever. But going through the comments, and I love doing this, okay? So I love going through people's responses. And I found out that there's this healthcare, Medihill Hospital, okay, that was there in Kenya. I don't know if it's still there, but I don't know. But anyway, what point is that I've just realized that a lot of healthcare is actually run by Indians. A lot of pharmaceutical organizations are actually run by Indians, and I'm talking about Kenya here. Okay, now this owner of this Medihill, he's actually an Indian-born businessman called Mishra, and he came to Kenya in 1997. Okay, he's a 1964 born person born in India, came to Kenya in 1997, and then in 2017 he was actually elected as an MP. Now, guys, I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. Okay, so this is an Indian who's come all the way, born Indian, come from India, come to Kenya, started his business, his medical business, and expanded, became a billionaire in a very, very short time, okay? And then he becomes an MP. I think it's somewhere in Eldoret, okay? He ran, at the time he ran under the Jubilee government. And then he tried to run again, and he won at that time. And then he ran again into independent, and he lost to the UDA candidate. But going through his profile again, I found that he's now joined UGA. Hey, good to him, good for him, whatever. Okay. But my point is, we might be looking at Adani as just one thing, but we need to look at this thing as holistic, where we have the Adani group, which is an Indian group, coming to take our airport. We have the Indians coming and starting medical facilities in Kenya. We are not questioning, okay? They're even becoming MPs. I mean, what is all what's going on? I mean, has Kenya been sold? I don't understand. Anyway, going back to Pedro, I hope he's here. I'm not sure if he's here. Anyway, um, talking about this, we are actually raising awareness. Many people don't understand what's happening. And it's not like we're not doing anything. People are actually doing something. We are actually reaching out to people and sharing the information that actually exposes Indians and Adani, okay, and their network, because it's a whole network, and how they operate. If we don't expose these people, if we don't talk about them, nobody's gonna know about them, and we'll just assume that everything is fine. No, I'm sorry, not everything's not fine. Something's wrong. We have doctors in Kenya who can actually run hospitals. We have nurses who are qualified. Why are we letting Indians come and run our healthcare systems? Why are we letting them come and run our airports? I'm sorry, that's not right. Okay, we will encounter individuals who will, yes, refuse to look at, you know, the facts, because these are facts. Okay, we're not making up things here. These are actually facts. And yeah, people will minimize, what's actually been presented. We had Isaac Maura today posting that Adani has a credible track record. I'm sorry, Maura, but no, the track record for Adani is absolutely bullshit. I'm sorry, okay? And on my timeline, was it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. I did write 10 lies, 10 big lies that Adani has they've been exposed to. Okay, they've exaggerated about their economic benefits. They've exaggerated about their environmental track records. I mean, there's countless of lies that these people have done. So I'm sorry, Maura, no, they do not have a credible track record. Okay, now for those people who are being attacked, like Nelson, okay, about this Adani deal, yes, people will attack you personally. And people like Morara, who are doing a great job, and everybody else here who's doing a great job, okay, everybody's doing a great job by actually exposing these people. You know, people will actually, they'll attack you. Fine, let them do it, okay? They've chosen to have those as their views, okay, as whatever view they want to have. They've chosen to do that, okay? But we've got to move on, okay? We've got to move on, and every single person, we have to expose them. And this is where technology and right now internet has actually given us a platform to actually expose the corruption, the whatever is happening in Kenya. People didn't have this information 10 years ago, okay, 20 years ago. People didn't have the internet at the tip of their hands. Now we do. We are actually talking about it every day. You guys, man, you know, man, I don't know what to say anymore. But anyway, guys, thank you so much. And well done, Binti and Wanyama, for hosting, for your previous space and the continuation. Keep going, and we have to keep going. We can't give up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pan African 254. There's something I want to point out, like from you, like you gave the example of the I think you mentioned his name was Mishra that came in 1997 and is now, an MP or something, has a medical clinic. My question to you is, does this? Okay, we're against Adani 100%, but are we against naturalization?
No, 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 not at all. We're not against naturalization. But think about it this way, okay? This person, okay, according to the story here, okay, that he came to Kenya with only uh, uh, how much was it? 50,000 Kenyan shillings, okay? Straight from India, okay? Born in India, okay? I don't know. I'm not looked into how people can actually gain naturalization as a Kenyan. Don't forget, okay? People out in the diaspora, they can't even vote as a dual citizen. Okay, right now people are fighting for that. That people say, for example, you live in the UK, you live in the US, that because you've naturalized as a US citizen or a UK citizen, that you can't vote as a Kenyan, yet you're born in Kenya, your parents are from Kenya. I'm sorry, it just doesn't add up. they can come in and do business, no problem whatsoever. But giving them such kind of power in their hands, I mean, how much are they going to control? Right now, I think they're actually controlling the government. And this is what scares me, that the government is actually bending to their wishes and and their commands. I mean, we heard the guy who opened up the cement in West Pokot, was it, the other day, saying that, yeah, we should let Ruto run the country for 25 years. No, I'm sorry. You know, such kind of statements should not be taken lightly. These people, they might want, you know, they are there to actually control the government, to run Kenya. And if we are not careful, we're just gonna sell the country. And I'm sorry, it's already been sold, so we have to be very, very careful.
Okay, thank you for that. I hope you guys were here in a space a few days ago again, where we had somebody from the Indian heritage that came and spoke of how it's sort of you know, it's not nice to see your people getting, like, a whole people getting attacked. Not, I wouldn't say the word attacked, but just getting grouped together like that. Our issue here is this Adani group. We cannot say that it's all Indians, because even the Indians themselves, I don't know if you've seen, they're also against like this whole thing. So we have to stay focused and remember that this is not a personal as such or cultural problem. It's more of the finances of our country, like what's happening to our country, rather than the actual individuals, you know, like the Indians themselves. I hope that makes sense. So I'd like to go to Miriam Rose. Hi, Miriam Rose. Miriam Rose, can you hear me? Okay, Mzalendo, are you here?
Yes, I can hear you well. I can hear you well. Binti Africa.
Perfect. Sorry, we catch you up on a previous space. So just carry on from where you left off. Well, yeah, I think it's still the same crowd.
Okay, thank you so much. Kwa kazi njema mnayoifanya. So, as I was stating earlier, ya kwamba people as provided in Article 1 of the Constitution, whereby we have the right to picket and demonstrate and present a petition to government authorities. I said earlier this morning in Wanyama's space that we need to petition the Embassy of India. Wajue ya kwamba sisi kama Wakenya, volume, sisi kama Wakenya tumechoka na hatutaki Adani Kenya. We need to petition the ministry. We need to petition the Ministry of Transport. Let them know that Adani has done in other countries.
Let's maintain status quo. How is it possible? You know, you remember something you read online, or you
Right, co-host. Ayo, bufunga mic.
Someone is speaking then.
Pole. Lakini Mzalendo, are you not able to find somewhere silent tuongeleshe? Because noise, watoto wanalia, we are confused. Are you able to decide to scarce? You just take your time first. You get a very silent background, then you go to another speaker, if possible. Because background yako iko na vitu mingi sana zinaendelea. Just fix it, then you come back.
I think this background is now cooler.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. We need to tell the ministry or the minister for ya kwamba zile deal zote wamefanya Nongwe hazitusaidii. We need to inform the Ministry of Treasury ya kwamba huyu Adani mnaleta hata lipa taxes. We need to tell the Ministry of Environment ya kwamba huyu Adani mumeleta amechafua mazingira kila anakokwenda. We need to tell Parliament ya kwamba
you did not conduct any public participation, contrary to PPP 314 that states that before any agreement is made, stakeholders must be consulted, the public must be consulted, and the consumers must be consulted. Ayo, you earlier spoke of Alfred Mutua. I was listening to what Alfred Mutua was talking to the cow. I was ashamed if I'm cabinet secretary anaweza fungua mdomo na aseme hajasoma agreement. Where are we headed? A whole minister anasema sijasoma agreement ya Adani, na yeye akona watu ambao wanaenda kufutwa kazi. So I'm asking myself, are we having a government working against one another ama ni nini? Because Alfred Mutua kama minister wa labor and social justices alifaa kupewa agreement, asome ajue wa wafanyikazi wa KAU wanakwenda wapi, but hajui. So we are having a government that is working against one another. The other thing that we must stand up against, that this is the Adani that is having 8 of its directors out of 22 who are family members. So we are actually having a threat to the security of to job security in Kenya, because this is a company yenye ina propagate brotherhood, inapenda ile, yani wewe nakupea kazi sababu wewe ni mtu wetu. I was in a space juzi mahali mtu alisema ayo ya kwamba tayari the subsidiary that Adani has set in Kenya imeshaanza kazi tayari. He was a worker at the KAU. Anasema hata internship saizi you cannot acquire. So are we going to have a Kenya whereby own citizens who are learned, wenye wamesoma, watakuwa wanafagia kwa airport? We need to stand up and condemn with every tongue possible that the company or the group that the rogue Ruto regime has introduced imekwepa kulipa kodi kwa mataifa kama vile Mauritius, imekwepa kulipa kodi kule United Arab Emirates, imekwepa kulipa kodi kule Caribbean Islands. And this information should get to the Ministry of Treasury and National Coordination, ya kwamba huyu mtu mnaleta hata lipa kodi. The other thing that we must stand up against ni kwamba hii ni kampuni ambayo inafanya several irregularities kwa accounts zake. Mwenye Adani, I cannot recall his name, allow me to refer, anaitwa Kwatara Adani. Akona ndugu yake ambaye anaitwa Rajesh Adani. Huyu Rajesh Adani ameshikwa zaidi ya mara 2 for doing fraudulent operations whereby Rajesh Adani amefanya fraud ya 17 billion that the company could not account for. And then the younger brother, who is a managing director at the group, amekuwa accused and charged in the Supreme Court of India, mark you, for doing what? Akona makampuni 7, haina wafanyikazi, haina physical address, haina phone numbers, but generating revenue and bringing back billions to India. So these are the people that the rogue William Ruto and his cohorts are planning to bring to Kenya. Mtu yeyote ambaye analala na anawacha Adani kuingia katika taifa letu tukufu la Kenya ni msaliti, ni mchawi, na ni mtu ambaye hapendi taifa letu tukufu la Kenya. I participated in the previous demonstrations ayo. But in this one, I am more than ready, I am more than prepared, and I'm saying this, Muindi arudi India, Mkenya ajitawale. That is the theme. We cannot. Tumeona venye Waindi wanatesa wafanyikazi hapa EPZ. Yani mtu ameenda kuomba kazi ya kazi ambayo analipwa 14,000, Muindi analala na yeye. Mark you, yani Muindi analala na Mkenya ambaye ameenda kutafuta kazi ya 14,000, anampa mimba, amempa kazi ya 14,000, amepewa mimba, akiwa na mimba anafutwa kazi. Is that what we want to have at our airport? And are we keeping quiet? Let us rise up, tell this rogue government, tell this parliament that is rogue, tell the Ministry of Transport that is rogue, tell the Ministry of Treasury that is rogue, that we, the people, are not accepting Adani in Kenya. And as I conclude, let us take petition to the Indian Embassy. Huyu ambassador wa India Kenya ajue ya kwamba Wakenya wanakataa taifa lao, kampuni kutoka nchi yao kufanya biashara na sisi. Na tuna outline 10 things why we don't want Adani in Kenya. Na huyu ambassador tunamwambia ya kwamba diplomatic relationship between India and Kenya. Akikubali serikali yake ikubali Adani ikuje Kenya. We, the people, can bring the diplomatic relationships between Kenya and India iharibike. Kwanza hawa Wahindi wamejaa kwetu, wanakaa huku ni kama huku ni kwao. Wanatutesa, wanatukalia. Tumwambie tu ya kwamba we are not accepting Adani because of the evils, the atrocities, the irregularities, the breaches that Adani has done that contravene the constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Because
As you
maovu
land,
yote Adani imefanya. Yes, I'm landing. Maovu yote ambayo Adani imefanya katika mataifa mengine ni kinyume na katiba ya taifa tukufu la Kenya. So we are not supporting Adani, and I'm saying #reject Adani, #stop Adani. Tarehe 11 tupatane, tupeleke petition kwa Indian Embassy, tupeleke petition kwa Ministry of Transport, tupeleke petition kwa Ministry of Treasury, kisha tupange mlolongo vizuri, tujipate Jkia, tukatae ya kwamba tunakataa Adani. Thank you so much. I'm very mad. I'm very fired up. I'm very emotional about this. Thank you.
thank you so much. We want you mad. We want you very mad. Kunywa tu maji, rudi hapa kama bado uko mad. Usishushe hiyo madness. Anaitwaje? Miriam Rose, good evening. How are you doing? Talk to us.
Hi, I'm good, thanks. So, two things. One, I just want to ask. I was in another space, so I am not sure if it was addressed. Is there a court case? Because I don't know why. Forgive me, but I feel like this is such a straightforward case. There's no public participation. If someone goes to court, this can be stayed or at least stopped. So I'm missing something. So maybe someone can clarify to me whether there's a case in court. And if there's any lawyer here, if there's no case in court, is there anyone planning to take a case in court other than the Tony Gashoka? I've seen a petition. Second thing is, I want to reiterate what Binti said. We need to be nuanced about this Indian story. I've heard it, Mzalendo saying, we need to be very nuanced and careful because it can really flip on us really quickly. Because itaanza tu hivyo, alafu sasa tuanze kuflip here. The Kenyan Hindus, or are they Hindus? The Kenyan Hindus. And I don't think that's what we want, actually. So I want to caution everyone to be very nuanced about this. We are against Adani and his corrupt deals. We are not against Kenyans, Hindus. And if that's the fight we want to take up, I think there's a space for that, honestly. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. In our previous space, we had somebody called Anthony. I think you just mentioned him. Yeah. So he's got something on his page. I wish he could actually come on this space to speak to us again, but he's got like this petition that they're planning on delivering it like from the other side. So because what he said was that it might be a bit harder from our side, but they think that it can actually stop this deal now from the side of India. So they're going to try and go about it in that direction, and they can even deliver it like in person to the Indian government. If he comes on this space, I will give him the mic to just get a chance to hear him. And it's a legitimate petition, like it's done by lawyers and it's very legal. So I will try and get hold of him and he can come and speak about it. But yeah, thank you. Back to you, Aya.
There's this thing about can you guys hear me?
You're very far from how you were
Nanisikia?
before, but yes.
Simu yangu ina vibrate. Kuna phone call fulani hapa ya ushenzi inaingia hapa. Let me just hang it. Yeah. I'm going to say there's that thing that you said, Miriam, that I also reiterated in one of the spaces we've had before. Anytime we bring in, like you said, it might flip on us. Anytime we bring in issues, the issue here is Adani, right? And we need to focus on Adani because Adani are individuals like Ayo or KOT. So regardless of where I come from, the problem is me, not my country. Okay. And if there are any Indians that live in Kenya na wanatesa wase, wanafaa kuwasha ripotiwa. So right now, if you bring in, waindi wanatesa sijui nini, we are losing the plot. And now that comes like, ni kama tunapiga waindi vita and ina sound kama we are racists. And those waindis, they've been helping us build our economy. Let's not forget that. So regardless of what's happening, tunafaa ku fix our eyes on the problem here is Adani Group. Kuleta waindi kwa nini sijui waindi wanaishi Parklands, hizo ni side shows. Unaget? Hizo ni side shows because hawa sawa wameishi hapa for some time now na wameishi na sisi tusisahau, right? So na wengine wametuemploy. So kama kuna any Indian mwenye ametesa Mkenya, we need those cases in court. Na tuseme those are labor laws, those are wame commit labor crimes in a court of law. Sawa, so hawa sasa wanafaa kupikiwa individually, afai kuwekwa because mimi ni Muindi na niko na hii issue, nafaa kuwekwa kwa hiyo story ya Adani. So let's focus. It's the same way if a Kenyan goes to the UK today and the UKians or guys in the English wafeel Ayo alifanya kitu, Ayo should be held responsible, not other Kenyans in the UK or other Kenyans in Germany, right? So we need to focus on what the problem is, and the problem is Adani Group. So tukienda waindi wametufanya nini, hiyo tuna lose the plot kabisa. So my job as the co-host is just to bring that sanity, regardless of get us having that uchungu to focus at the end of the day. Let's be rational as much as we can. Does that make sense? To the speaker that spoke about the how waindi wametutesa nini and all that. So that's another case altogether, and we need to file it and push so that people get equal treatment in terms of labor, employment and all that kind of stuff. Constantine, naona unawashwa vibaya. Umefungwa tu mic. Talk to me. How are you?
Thanks very much, and thanks to the host. I think the conversation is quite interesting. Allow me first to disagree with you on one thing about the Indians and the scenario, the small background you have given, which is quite objective. But then I'll start by saying the fact that people are raising concern about Indians, it means there's been a story that, excuse me, the society has ignored to address. And so an opportunity has come out, and then people start speaking, right? And so society operates in a very funny way. People can speak because it is the right time to speak. People can fear to speak because they are going to speak against those in power, and it comes with its own implications. And looking at the economy, the industrial aspects, the Indians do control the space. So, with all due respect, yeah, I listen to your opinion and I respect it and I like it. But then it goes without saying there is issues about Indians that needs to be addressed, and Adani has just brought that face out publicly. Now, on the issue about the airport, it's quite unfortunate that Kenyans really don't understand it, and I like the fact that Ayo has raised various issues to look at: issues environment, issues labor, issues security, issues around nepotism. Those are the realities that Kenyans needs to start addressing one by one. By the fact that this fella will be given a mandate to run our airport and the chaos that is bringing in. But then looking at how, for me personally, I feel addressing this issue, one, we can go through the Indian embassy, file a case, seek audience with them. But number two, I think it has been approved but through the parliament. Why do we give MPs a lot of time to pass these, excuse me for my sore throat, pass these unthoughtful and reflected deals, thinking that they're helping the country, but then they help themselves? We need to start looking at our MPs and putting them to account. I like what the Gen Z started, Kusalmia MPs, but I thought that was not enough. Ruto is enjoying all these freedoms simply because we've allowed the MPs to protect him. So if you really want to fix Ruto, let's fix our MPs. Let's start dealing with them one by one, asking them the right questions. Why will somebody represent, for example, Busia and living in Nairobi as an MP, and they're entitled to mileage? Go stay in Busia. We should literally chase them. Go back to Busia, start working in Busia. When you're needed in parliament, come back to parliament. Such issues as Adani will definitely disappear. That's my thought. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I've heard you guys, and I completely agree with you. Completely. By this Jakarta, I completely agree with you. However, to utter the way Binti explained it, yes, I understand that these are the micro issues that have been happening that have never ever been, handled in an appropriate way. Probably because we've been speaking, but nobody has ever taken up this issue and said, "Yo, why do you want to tumiza hii Kenya?" Unaget? And I'm like, it's important also to bring it up, but is that the main topic of the day? And has it ever been raised in a court of law? And kama saizi watu wanapiga kelele juu ya history ya Adani, have you ever come together as a country and said no to bad labor laws, or rather punitive labor laws from these other races? Unaget? It's something that we've never, as much as people complain chini ya maji. It's like for example history is Saudi Arabia. Our girls going to Saudi Arabia wanarudi in body bags, wengine wanauliwa, wengine wanatritiwa vibaya, wengine wananyang'anywa simu. What is our government doing about it? Have we made noise enough? Unaget? So my main point was, I do not agree. I do not sikatai ati hizo vitu hazifanyiki. Yes, zinafanyika. But have we ever come to speak in unison and say, guys, watoto wanaumia, juu watu wanatutesa, and what is the government doing about it? However, now that we are trying to focus on this airport thingy, then those are, na feel ni kama hizo ni sub. Unaget? Sijui kama unanipata from where I'm reasoning. Like, can you get my point of reasoning? That's what I was thinking. Let's not bring in that issue right now. Of course, we can handle it at a later date. Because right now we are focusing on this. It doesn't mean that is of a lesser magnitude, but you understand? Come on, that makes sense. Miriam Rose, you handed up. Go ahead, please.
I was even just about to put it down because what you said and what Constantine said is everything I was gonna say. But we seriously need to be careful because words spoken can't be taken. We just need to be balanced about the issues we are putting. Tukieka blanket statements carelessly, itatumiza later. That's just what I was trying also to say. Like, no one is saying they don't do those things, and it's true. This is an opportunity for those things to be raised. But when someone is putting across words and statements, they just need to not be blanket. They need to be nuanced. That's all. Yeah, that's all.
Sawa sawa. Asante sana, Miriam Rose. Chris, please mute your mic. We'll come to you very shortly. We're here to talk about Adani. Guys, if you have not tweeted in the last 10 minutes, I am guilty of that. I'm going to go and tweet now and use the hashtag stop Adani. We can't let this hashtag fall down. So go right now on your TLs, just make a tweet using the hashtag stop Adani. Skeptic African. Hi.
Hello, hi.
Hi. Bad evening. How are
Hi,
you?
good evening. How are you? I'm good.
I am not good. I'm offended. Talk to us.
I'm really pissed off. Actually, I talked in the morning through the Wanyama space. I'm gonna add this. In the morning, I talked about what's happening in our Jkia and how yesterday Alfred Mutua tried to convince the workers of the Jkia. So, a question is this: like, how are you coming to convince us that we will sort out? How are you gonna sort out? Yes, yet you've just solved it, right? Yeah. Another point is our president going to China to ask for loans. So this means that our president is going to ask for loans from China. At the same time, is gonna get these guys from China to come and work like they're the employees of the work that's gonna be done here in Kenya. So if the loan is gonna be used to build roads, nini easy kwa villages, like the way you said, so most probably the Chinese are the ones to get the contract. That's 100%. So that's just like you're borrowing funds and knowledge. Like, so what are we going to school to do? Yeah, what are we going to do? So tunaenda shule tunaambiwa kama ujui mtu, like if you don't know someone who knows someone, then you have no job. What's the purpose of learning then? Ndio tuko na papers, like tuko na madegree kwa nyumba, so what? Like tunafanyia nini? If we don't fight, like why are we nonchalant when everything is not going our way, like the way it should be? This thing again about the nimeona DP like Rigathi amedonate rice to the citizens. So my point is, how many acres of land do we have in Kenya such that the government is donating food to the Kenyans? Don't we have farms to kulima? Why are we like? I saw a certain video concerning the GMO seeds, so I'll share that video here. How GMO food looks like. You'll not like it, I promise you. Tomorrow it's on a weekend. I urge each and everyone, kama uko like kama una kazi, obviously weekend ni like most of the people are gonna relax, right? So I urge everyone, mtu kama uko reserve, ensure umeenda mahali. Talk to the people, ongelesha watu what's happening in our country. If we don't fight right now, then we're gonna lose this and we're gonna lose our lives forever. There's a say that if we don't handle our independence very well, colonizers will come back in form of investors. That's the say of Simon Mwanza. If we don't handle our independence very well, colonizers will come back in form of investors. Very nice one. Very nice quote. Kila mtu. What's happening in our country is not like it's nothing to joke about. Like Ruto kwanza tulienda like the other time tulisema occupy JKIA. Ruto akakuja aka-address nation akasema we are not selling JKIA. Juzi akiwa Kisumu akasema am I mad to sell JKIA? So what's he gonna tell us this time? JKIA is being sold out. What does he say? Like akona nini ya kutuambia this time? Just like uneducated people wenye wako serikalini wana try to any just taking us like I don't get it. Like these people, uneducated people wanakuja wanatubeba kiufala, just lying to us, broad daylight. Lying to us in facts, mpaka hata kuna evidence. Na wanatudanganya. Are we fools? And Kenyans just wako sawa tu na what's happening. Let's wake up, my guys. Let's wake up. What's not happening? Shit. Anyway, sorry guys. Let me drop the microphone now. I'm just pissed off. Really pissed off. I'll talk later.
Bro, ni sawa kuget pissed off. Mimi kwanza nasikia vizuri mkiudhika hivyo. Ndele muudhika kabisa. Mimi nataka muendelee kuudhika. Nifanye nini tena niwaudhi? Kwanza nataka muendelee kuudhika hivyo. Hiyo hadi ukas. I'm liking the fact that you're pissed off. Please let us keep on the pissed offiness, if that makes sense. And I completely understand you, bro. So usijali. Pia mimi nimudhika tu ka wewe.
What I just need to do is you guys, kama tu unajua uko reserve, uko where you can access reserve, just go and talk to these elderly people. Hao watu wamedanganywa bana since 1990s bana. Wako tu na nchalancho, wako sawa na kila kitu. So I urge you guys, just kesho, tomorrow is on Saturday and Sunday. I urge kila mtu, whoever you know what's happening in our country, right? So just spread the gospel of good governance. And waelezea say what's happening. Yeah, I'll talk later.
Sawa. Wanda, good evening. Are you there?
Yeah, good evening. What is happening at Jkia is even worse than what we were pushing the finance bill and such stuff. It's worse. If you ask someone from outside, they'll tell you the reason why Kenya is a special country is because of that gateway. That the JKA, that JKA that we have makes people from outside, investor from outside, or any other person from outside prefer passing through Kenya, so that for them to explore or for them to explore the interior of the Eastern Africa, which is about 500 plus million of people, then lazima watu hiyo JKA to make it. That's why we are considered as a gateway in Eastern Africa. Now, if we give out the key of that gate to a foreigner, someone from outside, sasa tunabaki na nini? Na tunawachia wale watoto wetu na watoto wetu tunawachia ni vitu gani? It always starts, ni kama hii ni ile yenye mtu anajaribu kidogo. Leo wamejaribu kidogo JKA, kesho sijui watagusa gani. Then if you listen keenly or if you make a keen look, utakuta the Adani team, they are talking of the adjacent lands, I don't know, 28 acres, sijui wajenge hoteli, sijui wafanye nini. So ni kama wanauza tu sasa. And if we don't wake up to this one, then tunapoteza sasa. That what we are crying and pushing ile wakati wa finance bill, the energy that was used probably should be even the double wakati tunapushi. Sababu wakati tunaachilia, look at this airport. Tukiachilia hivyo, kesho tuta-control aje hizi drugs. Kesho tuta-control aje sijui hizi the wildlife hizi, watu wanaua hawa wanyama sijui na nini tunapatia foreigner control hiyo vitu. Sasa kesho hiyo airport, wakati watoto wetu na mandugu zetu watatolewa pale, kuwekwe pale foreigners, na huyo mtu ako na right umempatia afanye hiyo venye anataka kufanya. So what are we going to do? Unless we demand hivi tuitolewe na kukae sawa, then tunaharibu. Kibaki wakati Mtunga ndiye alikuwa awe CJ, wakati Kibaki alijaribu kufanya ujanja wake, I remember ikikataliwa tu kwamba no, sio hivyo, then akareverse kwamba alikuwa amepitisha vitu fulani venye amepitisha, lakini ilivyokataliwa watu wakawa hapana, akabadilisha. Kama finance bill hawa jamaa walikuwa wanapush wanavyotaka na ikafika mahali wakabadilisha, then this one we need to put a stop to it, because this one is even now worse. Tuwezi tukaachia funguo ya gate ule mtu kutoka nje, na kwao huko nyumbani watu wanaandamana wakilia hawamtaki. Sasa wewe mtu akukatae kwenu nyumbani, alafu jirani anakukaribisha na unakimbia huko, na watoto wa jirani wanafurahi tu ama wanalialia tu ati huyu mtu alikuwa anasumbua huko kwao akichapa sijui watoto akifanya nini, lakini baba na mama wamemleta, acha tu basi akae. No, there are times when if dad and mom does things that are not okay, mnakataa kama watoto na mnakataa, sababu at the end of the day nyumba ni ya kwenu, pale ni kwenu. No, I'm pissed. I'm not happy with this. I've not been finding time, or probably I've been just walking into these spaces, listen and march out. But this one, imenifikia kidogo. Because if you look at the impact of losing the gateway of Eastern Africa to a foreign land, to a foreign investor, then this is worse. Afadhali tusanye pesa, tufanye hiyo vitu, to renovate kama wanataka. But losing it, it's no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanda. You're very right. We call Kenya Airways the pride of Africa. Kenya Airways operates mainly from JKIA. We are the connecting hub for a lot of the countries around us. We cannot let that go. In 30 years, do you know how old I'll be in 30? I'll be a grandmother in 30 years. Please, these guys cannot last there that long. We can't even let them enter in the first place. The El Shafi, Fee. Can you hear me? The El Shafi? No? Okay. Salome. Salome Shiro. Salome? Hi, can you hear me? I can see your hand is up. Please speak to us. Okay. Ayo, can you hear me? Amani Mimi.
Nakusikia, sijui kwa nini Wait, you guys, can you hear Binti speaking? MMESQ. Hii jina yako inanipatianga pressure. MMESQ, unaweza nisikia?
Nakusikia yo.
Aya, naitwaje? Fly High, unaweza nisikia?
Ayo ni aje, nakusikia fiti.
Mnaweza sikia Binti akiongea?
Pia Binti namsikia.
Ala. Okay, Binti, I think wewe mwenye ulikuwa mita kwanza ndio yako anaweza kukusikia. So you can go ahead. Nikawa anaweza kusikia. Go ahead, Binti.
Okay, so then let's just go with you said it's MMSQ.
MMESQ. Mio jina unipatia pressure.
Yo ESQ ni kwa kusema Mr. Ni wako tu ya ujanjezi ya kusema Mr. Ni Esquire.
Oh, Mr. ni Esquire.
Yes. Yo ESQ ni Esquire.
Esquire, please go ahead.
Let me explain to you. All of you are wrong. So Esquire is a self-proclaimed council or something of the sort. MM ni short form ya jina yangu, naitwa Mike Matanga. Hiyo ndio jina yangu. So I just said MM Esquire instead of Mike Matanga Esquire. So
and you said Esquire is?
Esquire is like a kind of a self-proclaimed council, like someone in the legal field mwenye anajiona yeye anajua kila kitu. So it's Esquire.
Sawa endelea Mr. MMM Esquire.
So in short unajua kila kitu lakini hujui anything. That is what you're trying to say. I'm using your words against you.
Okay. After nimemaliza kuongea, sasa utaniambia kama najifanya najua kila kitu ama najua kila kitu.
Nice one. Go ahead, please.
So let me go to the topic, about Jkia. Nimesikia msa akiongelea, okay, most of us our argument that Jkia should not be sold is on the basis that it's a critical infrastructure. Like that's the gateway in terms of security and everything. There's this another aspect of Jkia yenye nime realize during my research. You guys, do you know how valuable JKIA is? Actually, JKIA estimated value, like asset value of JKIA is 1.1 trillion. 1.1 trillion is roughly 10% of Kenya's asset. So that means Ruto anauza 10% of Kenya, literally, in terms of asset. Anauziana. And I don't understand why people are arguing. They're giving us that the reason why they want to give Adani this JKIA, it's because JKIA cannot raise its own money ya improve in terms of its own infrastructure or something. You know what's going on here in JKIA? Si ati hakuna pesa. There is money. A land peke yake huko mali unaona watu wameka maduka manini JKIA. And I'm talking about the report from the Ministry of Land. An acre of land in JKIA, it gives JKIA a revenue of up to 7.5 million per year. Do you know how much land JKIA has? More than 11,000. So that means JKIA inaweza jisustain. JKIA can inaweza raise money ya kutengeneza infrastructures wanatuambia. So what's going around here? These people, they're trying to pay their political debt. Pesa walipatiwa time ya campaign. I don't want to dig much about Adani because that's the last thing niliongelea the other time about Adani. Because Adani here inatumika kuficha pesa and everything. So as much as tunataka tuangalia Adani in terms of how critical JKIA is to our security, also let us think of it in terms of how much value, in terms of being an asset, JKIA is to Kenya. Now, ujue JKIA and Kenya Airways are different because I had someone arguing somewhat JKIA and Airways. Kenya Airways, they are two different government entities. Kenya Airways iko kivyake, JKIA iko kivyake. And once Adani takes over JKIA, that means even Kenya Airways will start now paying to Adani. So zile loss Kenya Airways inaenda, we expect the losses to be more because itakuwa imeongezea another cost of paying the Adanis. So you guys, we are losing 10% of our country. Like 10% of our country, of our country's asset, we are losing. So hizi tukisema Kenya ikuwe shut down, JKIA inaweza tupeleka to survive for like 10%. That is something that it's being sold. And what you should know about Adani, there's a time ayo aliniuliza swali mbona tusiende these the Kinarutos and everyone. My concern about Adani is that ukiangalia their history, even in India, mongelea about them. There's a time the guys that were given to take over, I think there were 6 airports in India. Ukiangalia their history, all governments zimekuwa zikiside na wao. Not government by those people in power, because these people, they fund these people to get into power. The same case in apply in Australia. Even that story of coal in Australia. Yes, people complain, but the government, their hands were tied. The government could not chase Adani away. The same case is happening in India. And I'm fearful because in India, there was even a petition to the Supreme Court of India, and the court still ruled in favor of Adani. Mambo ya take over the airports and everything. And I'm also starting to be fearful via in Kenya, even tukinezanza your petition, if huko bado Supreme Court rule in favor of the government and Adani. So the only way we can stop this thing to happen, occupying JKIA. Let us make JKIA very hostile for Adani to come and occupy it. That is the only solution. I drop the mic for now.
Skiza, I completely agree with you. Nimekusikia tena kwa makini na by the way, hiyo SQ it was 100%. Kitu nasema ni, of course, JKIA, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, is a completely different entity from KQ, Kenya Airways, right? So JKIA iko operated na Kenya Airports Authority. Am I right up to that point? Exactly. Thank you for the 100. So Kenya Airports Authority ina own JKIA, but I own KQ. So KQ is a different entity altogether. Ni ya Wakenya. JKIA ni ya Wakenya. Una get? And it's not a private property. It's a public property. JKIA, KAA, all those are private, are public companies,
and public properties, right? So where KQ comes in is because KQ is owned by the government. Is it owned by the government of Kenya? I stand to be corrected. Kenya Airways, is it owned by the government of Kenya? If it is, that means KQ, JKIA, and Kenya Airports Authority are in the same koso mob. Would I get? They're in the same cup. And if we allow these to go through, that means the Adani group might end up owning all these, and Kenyans who are baki hapo ni kama. I think that is what MM alikuwa anajaribu to explain, if I got him right. And that means we stand to lose the major, because I'll tell you for a fact, the amount of revenue raised at JKIA in a day, in terms of other aeroplanes getting to land, lazima walipe do ndio wa land, kama mkuwaijua. The amount of goods that cargo that are brought into Kenya, ya biashara ni domob sana. The amount of taxes that are being collected, like foreign exchange from different countries, whereby tourists wakikam in to Kenya, wanna bring in foreign exchange mob sana, like wanaleta do mob sana. So we need to put that into our arguments to kifikiria hii story. So we stand to lose a lot, just as MM just said. So I think I just wanted to make that clear. If any of you didn't get that right, if you have to make anything more clearer, MM, before I go to Fly High, are we okay up to that point?
I'm okay up to that point. If I have anything, I'll just tell you. But for now, I'm
Sound.
okay.
Very nice. Fly High, good evening. Talk to us. Fly High, your hand is up. Can you hear me? If Fly High is not ready, I'm gonna go to Salome. Salome, you are here earlier. Hatuko tunaweza kusikia. Na uli drop. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Binti.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear
Okay.
me?
Go ahead, please, Salome. I can hear you 100% clearly. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I think JKIA, that it have its operators, yes. The guidance of JKIA is KAA, Kenya Airport Authority, is the owner and operator of 9 civilians airports, airstrips in Kenya. I think we should understand that. That's how it's go.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is Salome still speaking, Kosimski?
I think she's speaking, but I can't see her either. Salome, just drop
I'm
and
a
then
drop.
up.
I'm a drop.
Oh, okay.
I'm a drop. Josephine, good evening. If you can hear me. Josephine? Okay, what nisikii kwa hii space? Hong
But let me
Kong.
try. Josephine, can you hear us? Okay, she's dropped even, so nope. Sorry, Ayo, carry on.
Binti nakusikia, yo nakusikia.
Na mbona nakuita na usikii? Na respond.
Oh,
sikuwa na meza ugali.
Mtu wangu.
Una meza ugali hadi unisikii mzae na mimi niko njaa. Ala.
Huko brother
speak to us.
Niaje wadau, pole sana. Pole couldn't hear you. Actually, I'd put Nini briefly on mute to answer a call. So, me kitu naniwasha about history JKIA ni moja. Generally speaking, I'm asking myself, don't you have any legal recourse as the citizens of this country? Because you can be sure kitu jafata the required process. So I'm asking myself, are we saying that there is no way we can be able to challenge this thing in court? You know, the other thing I've realized ni kwamba the same thing I was saying the other day. We are fighting these battles alone, and I don't think that should be the case. We've got people in spaces talking. We've got people on TV talking about how bad these deals are. I've just seen some document on X, purportedly some sort of suit that has been lodged into to try and stop this thing. But hata vile inakaa inakani kama bado kuna mali hata vile wamekuoti story ya Adani already kuna typographic errors. I don't know. The way I'm looking at this thing is this. If there was the way Morara is doing whatever he's doing, why can't we come up with like watu wala wako into stories za ujenzi, watu wa aviation, guys who are accountants, guys who are development economists? Why can't we come up with like alternative development plans for this country that can show how these assets don't have to be parceled out the way they are? Like I like what Wanjigi does when he goes and gives figures. He may have his own motives for doing so, but the thing is, as it stands, we've not really been discussing this thing with what is the alternative. You know, it's one thing to say these guys are stealing from us, but what is the alternative? You understand? Because what these guys keep doing is telling us, oh, we need a second runway. Oh, and funny enough, Adani is not giving us a second runway. They're doing like the minimum. They're giving us things called rapid exit taxiways. So you're thinking, the thing that we need the most in JK is an alternative runway, even with RETs. If there's an incident on the runway, if you have a runway, and again, runway or anything of the sort, the airport effectively shuts down. And what you want is another runway so that in the rare case that you should have some sort of event on the main runway, runway 06, at least we've got an alternative. You know, the whole point of having another runway built is that we can expand the airport around that. We can have new terminals. You get? We can be able to spark like a whole sector. I like the person who was talking about the fact that the airport itself is extremely valuable. So I'm asking myself, the amount for which it is being leased versus the actual value of the property. Your ratio makes sense clearly, you know. Then I'm asking myself, are we saying that if we did incremental development over the next 10 years, we cannot be able to realize the value that Adani wants to give us? You understand? Anytime you're concessioning an asset like that, be assured that the value is going to be extracted is going to be greater than what will be taken will be far greater than what we'll benefit from. So and for me, I think it's also a matter of our pride. How do you give? In India, guys are protesting about this company. Then you've got guys here going to do due diligence in India. What do you mean due diligence in India? Due diligence has been done for you. Even the Indian Congress itself is saying, anyways. Unaenda huko vile kuja maitwa Ivano wa nini yuko TikTok unajua mtaani ni kunoma. Jamani kwamba chorea bana hiyo base mras manzata kuteka. Na ndio unaenda kuinvestigate huko sasa. Tu mras unataka kuja manage maneno yako. Akwa security yako akotea kwa anachunga mtaa. Msi hiyo siku ndio utaona vile hujawahi hiyo. Hiyo siku watu watakuwa top shot mtaani nzima. You know. That's what the guy said. But you go check that guy out. It's very interesting. This is the reality. We can't have this whole policy that we have as a country of tumetulia sana, and we've adopted a very interesting perspective. We are all going to occupy JKI. What are we to occupy JKI? What feasibly are we doing? It's not like we're stopping flight operations. It's not like we are in any way impeding on the operations of the airport. To occupy, how long can we stay there? There's someone who said this in terms of war. Okay, amateurs discuss tactics, professionals discuss logistics. Because if an army is on the ground, sawa, you'll go onto the ground on Tapigana. Where is your water so you can keep fighting? Wapi risasi za kuristock after mshamalizile before you finish your supplies? How are you able to keep your men actively supplied so that the pace of war does not stop? Ama the momentum haisimami. Unaelewa? So a lot of times you talk about, let's go and occupy JKIA. But we're going to go home in the evening. And guess what? People will catch their flights. The following morning, kabla mobilize watu kuja JKIA tena. No one is going to report to work no one is going to come to JKIA like they're going to work. In other words, what I'm trying to say is we've been discussing tactics for a very long time. If we were serious, we should be talking about logistics of sustaining something like that. That's when now you know you're talking serious business. Otherwise, kuna tu kwa hivyo tu hiyo ni kwa kweli, we've already done that whole thing ya kutokea, and we saw how for as long as those guys felt that they could contain us, as long as they knew by 6 p.m. tumetoka, hakuwa na shida. You understand? Something sustained requires a lot of thought. Me, this is what I want us to do. I want us to start producing alternative narratives for development for this country to counter the nonsense that these thieves are giving us. Because ni wezi. And they have no pride in themselves. They have no national pride. Yani mtu nakataliwa kwa unamchukuaje huko amanage affairs zako? What do you mean? You know? And they will continue telling us stories. Watatuambia, oh, airport lazima. I mean, angalia mtu kama government spokesman. Oh, Paul, I'm going to land this very quickly. Government spokesman anajaribu ku defend the indefensible. You can't defend that level of theft. It's almost like when you get into this government, you have to leave your brain at the door. You know, it's ridiculous. And me, if you ask me, sisi tuko na akili. We need to be able to control the narrative about the situations of corruption in this country. That's what Morara is doing. Morara decided, fine, you guys are telling us you're launching projects. You want to see sijui nini and nini is happening. You want to show us the way to this development because you're launching projects. He said, Sasa, let's see the ones you've launched where they are right now. Ndio tuone where this trajectory of yours is going. And true to form now, these guys are trying to control the narrative, saying that the government will audit the projects ambazo wameinitiate. Mpaka unashindwa, serikali kwani ilikuwa launch project bila project management plan? You get? You have a project plan, you've got your timelines. Contractor is raising certificates after reaching particular milestones. So this whole idea that the government is going to audit the project naenda is actually bullshit, if you ask me. Ni upuzi tu tunapakwa tu, yani, where I come from usiko hakoma mashuru, unapakwa mauji. Unaona? It's ridiculous. Mimi ndasho kitu moja. We have to take control of the narrative. For as long as for as long as the hunter writes the narrative, yes, naland. For as long as the hunter ndio anaandika the story, the man will always be the victor. It won't be the lion. So they've taken control of the narrative. So we must take it back and counter with facts. Morara ameshaanza. Now us guys should come back with how can we should present an alternative development plan for this country. Ndivyo watu wacha kutupanga mafala, and we disseminate that everywhere, all platforms. So that when they tell us we need the airport to be built, to tell them no, we can build it this way. So this path you're taking us on is clearly stupid. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, wasikilizaji wenza. Santeni. Oh, I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fly High. I wanted to just correct something I think you said there. So with this, okay, first of all, before I even say anything, I'm looking at if you look on the Jumbotron, the first thing that I posted up, a tweet from Wanyama. It's a Google Drive, like with 2 documents. I'm looking at the one that's labeled feasibility report or something like that, and I'm on page 167. So with this model they're trying to impose, it's gonna have okay, let's just say it's 0 to 3, so basically 4 phases, and right now we're in phase 0. So this phase 0 is meant to end 2026, end of 2026, beginning of 2027, and then that's where you're saying that they're meant to get these 2 rapid exit taxiways from runway 06/24, and you can even see the whatever, like the proposed, like what it's gonna look like in that image there if you're following through. Then they start phase 1, and then that's when they're focusing on the terminal building itself. Phase 2, now this is when they introduce like a second runway, and their intention with this is to increase the traffic. So you have this area in between 2 runways that's called the transgression zone, I think it's called. And what that area allows you to do is to have like maybe more than 1 plane taking off at the same time. So like one on one runway, the other one at the other runway, or landing 1 plane on 1 runway, the other on the other runway. And they've done it in a way that the distance between it will allow exactly like for that operation. So the issue isn't that they're going to or planning on building these, whether it's runways or terminal buildings or whatever. I read that they're going to have the upstairs for international domestic arrivals, the other one for international domestic departures or whatever it is. So that's not the problem. The problem is, do we not have the manpower to be able to carry out these like construction things? Like we're Kenyans, we're smart. We have people that can do all this manual labor. We are able to carry out this job ourselves. And looking at the terms and conditions, that's the problem. The problem isn't that they can, what they're promising on doing. It's just, why are they the ones that are doing it? We can do this ourselves. We can raise money ourselves, pay our own taxes. Why are they the ones that are coming in? Anyways, I hope that makes sense. Fly high. Like I said, that document is on the Jumbotron. Go to page 167, 168, and just go down there. You can see the proposed plans. Okay, so for now we'll go to Mweru. Hi, Mweru. Mweru, can you hear me? Hey, okay. Josephine, hi, you're back. Can you hear me now? Josephine.
Josephine, unasikia binti?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you? Can you hear me?
Very offended, actually. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. And you?
Me, I'm offended.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, you should not get offended. It's only that you couldn't hear me well. And the phone was a little bit far. Now so I had to come up and pick it. I'm sorry for that. And I'm sorry. Also, I apologize to the fellow Kenyans, wherever you are. Good evening once again. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, KOT, Ayo, and Binti. I really appreciate. Sorry. I need to submit as follows regarding our country and our international airport. Let's tell ourselves the truth. And this is the truth that each and every Kenyan would want to come out and speak about it, because this is our airport. Sorry. Na sio tafadhali. For the first thing, I want you guys to retrieve back at your mind. And since when we got independence, remember, for the first time, our country, the airport was on blackout. It's when Kipchumba Murkomen became the waziri. What does that tell you? Not once, not twice. Again, the only time we have seen our airport leak is when Kipchumba Murkomen was the CS. Why has it not been happening all years back? And now they are coming here to tell us, because we are not able to sustain our airport, it has to be given to Sijui Kinanani. Fellow Kenyans, what I'm saying is very simple. Let those Adani whatever take our airport at their own risk. But we are not going to allow them. We need to stand firm and amplify this and say we are not going to allow them even to do a single thing in our airport. Every other day, if they take it, we will be there with them so that they can know that they will not do anything in our country. And that is the only thing we can do, and I keep on amplifying this. I beg to differ with Mr. MM for saying that we start contributing to rebuild, yet we are actually paying taxes day in, day out. And now we start saying we go and contribute so that we start working on to repair our own airport. Let our monies do that. Our role and our duty is to supervise the government which is in office, which we elected and it disappointed us to do what they are supposed to do. And if they can't, let them pack and go. The country belongs to us, and they can resign and they give us an opportunity to elect other leaders who can run our country. But saying we go and contribute, yet we are paying taxes hurriedly. We are even not, we barely cannot feed our own selves. We cannot feed our own children because we are already contributing, and then now we start saying tuanze kuchanga again. Guys, I don't think that's the right direction. We need to speak out clearly so that everyone hears what they need to hear and know that it's our responsibility. Empower circle. like here now we are around 103, I think 203 or something. If you talk to 3 people or 10 people around you and make them understand this issue, everybody will stand firm, and we are going to amplify this, and we will find ourselves even 1,000, 2,000 in this space, trying to say that we are amplifying this. Our airport, it has to be retained. We do not want to sell our airport to anybody. We do not want to rent our airport to anybody. I think that's very key to me. And if we are agreeable, we can do all what it takes to ensure that at least everybody comes together with 4 to 5 people. And with that, we shall ensure that actually we amplify our voices and we have to be heard. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Once I think again, I'll request. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Josephine, for always coming on the mic. And yes, we're paying taxes, guys. So, hey. Anyways, let's go to Mweru. Mweru, can you hear me now? I tried it before, but I'm not sure if you're on the mic.
Yeah, I hear you now. Sorry about that. I didn't. I just wanted to give people an update because according to this deal, and I appreciate what you guys have been doing today. You guys have dedicated the whole day to push this agenda and make sure the the hashtag is, trending. So I wanted to give you guys an update. I posted on the comment section the petition that the team of lawyers in Kenya were doing pro bono work to compile a petition that they will petition in India to the opposition party and to the High Commission of India. So I posted it. So all you guys need to do is just read it first and then retweet. You don't have to retweet, but please at least read it. Because they really mostly based the petition on the fact that on page 135 of this proposal, they claim that there's supposed to be public participation and it didn't occur. So they're objecting and they're hoping that, we have to do what we have to do at this point. So this is one initiative that I really like that some of the lawyers in Kenya came up with. So if you don't mind, read it and retweet. Also, I'm waiting for a confirmation that one of the news stations in India is going to cover the petition and also the protest. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. But we cannot give up. We have to fight these people 100%. We cannot just sit and take this. We can tell all this has been highly manipulated, even the fact that there's leaks in the airport and blackouts. And we know all this is just a scheme. So we're not going to fall for it. So I agree with KOT and the rest of you that are organizing the protests. We have to protest. The more we push this hashtag, they're paying attention. And the bad publicity they're getting from this, they're paying attention. And the protests too as well, that is going to help. But we cannot give up and sit down and resign ourselves to this. No, we won't accept this nonsense. We're already generating enough revenue. Okay, the airport itself is generating enough revenue by itself, so we don't need this Adani people coming. And it's very crazy that they have the nerve to make a deal where they insist that we grant them visas for them and their dependents, and they're not even telling us how many people they're actually going to bring. So we're just giving them an open space. We give them the airport, and they'll bring in whoever they want and how many of them, and we just grant them visas and work permits, and they'll be in this anyway. So I just wanted to give you guys an update in that regard. That is still being worked on, and the status of the petition. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Maru. I've put that petition on the Jumbotron as well, and that's the one I was saying that they're gonna try to also petition it, may I say, from the Indian government side. So rather than us doing it through our lawyers and our governments, because they seem to be very useless, not the lawyers, just the government, we'll try and go through the Indian government side and stop it from that side of the spectrum. Okay. And also, yes, please keep us updated on that coverage if you're able to, please. Thank you. I will go to Shafay. Shafay?
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Bad evening to you too.
Yeah, I just have just a few remarks to put on across, and I wouldn't put in a point form, but just a spoken word. And with this, It has a title called What's Left for Us. So, in the upbringing for us as the youths of today, too many hardships, just like a cargo ship being steered by a group of sheep. Until place tumefika ni God. We are yet to live our lives to a life we desire that our parents only foresaw as a dream. Even though wazazi walituficha from the truth, knowing better that a prophet of doom and lies will emerge, only scratching lies from his body ndio wapate flies kama followers. Wenyewe wahenga na walevi walipopatana walimaka na kusema, ongea ukweli ulale njaa. Sisi ndio maslave kwa hii prison full of kunguni, ready to suck you bila huruma, bila kujali sacks umevaa. Mtukufu lies as they said, abductions zime happen out of the blue, stating mission is the king. Hii ilikuwa vision ya kipofu ambaye hawezi ongea. Cause of the empty stomach, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. But the statement imekuwa diverted different sana. Caesar amegeuka mkoloni maskini, akuibie, akujengee na bado akuuzie. Yaitwa ukoloni mambo kesho. Caesar zilitumika kumchuja Kaiseri ndiposa Zakayo akazaliwa. Mkombozi wa ongo, uongo mwingi, manifesto bure na kadhalika. Zakayo shuka ilikuwa maombi ya mapadri wenye wamejaza vitambi na taxpayers money. Utumishi kwa wote iligeuka utumishi kwa wote wenye hela. Makanisa yameoza ni venye tu hatujasikia uvundo, but it's there in our own naked eyes. Though bishop na pastors wako na vitambi kushinda Asha na Tresha. We only treasure our stomachs rather than our tomorrow. Courts have lost to a ruler who is clueless where power comes from. They say the system is rigged, but hata Rigathi alitaka kuchagua system yake, mikosi ya mrima inamuandama. What is left for us? Nauliza, what is left for us if our own leaders wanatuuza kama njugu karanga kwa streets, kanjo kitokea inakuwa sherehe kwa wapita njia? Our futures are stolen by the system, but not yet. They are not sunken into darkness. Inabidi mimi na wewe tusimame tisti kama karao wa traffic akifinyiwa chwani kwa mkono. We don't have enough time cause shida haiwezi isha. The only time we have is now. Mtukufu lies, you have done enough for us of zero benefit cause all these only fits in your stomach. The system sucks every time cause how on earth mafuriko yamejaa ilhali unapatia watu msaada wa mchele na maharagwe. Enyewe hii ni jela. Ni venye wengi wetu we are so blindly folded with the sympathy na machozi ya fisi anapolia kiu. A new regime is coming. Fagia upesi upesi. Hata kama haraka haina baraka. Hiyo haraka ndio nguzo yetu. There's no even land to till for us to have food, only praying for good governance. Ndio tuweze kuishi vipoa. Which doctors are advertising jobs, whereby hata kazi zao hazina wateja. Conmen, kila kuchao. Heri niende prison, mahali sina majukumu, just only my stomach to feed. Life imekuwa hard to an extent, hoka anauzia hoka mwenzake, being hustlers in our own productivity. Na activities zinaendelea usiku ni chafu, mchana utaambiwa manifesto na propaganda za kutenga. Enyewe tumetengwa na hii ilikuwa agenda number 1, maliza mama mboga, watu wa boda, students, makanga, wakulima wadogo, etc. Hapo tulitupishwa mbao even though mbao yenyewe haina value. Kenya ni yetu sote. Ask yourselves if mtukufu lies is doing all this witchcraft, the name of manifesto. What is really left for us? Binchi.
Where? Yes, I'll sorry.
Yeah, so
Thank-
that was my message for today night. And I will just like before I drop KOT Sonko just to say something about it.
Sorry, say something about?
I would like KOT Sonko to say something about my message.
Buddha, your message is
Hey,
straight
bro.
home.
The message.
KOT, just a moment. Your message is straight home. I've been listening to it keenly. Una make sense sana. You're so on point. Na ume dissect hizo issues venye zinafaa kudissectiwa, and I really loved it. I really loved listening to it, by the way, and that's why I didn't even stop you, because I knew this is not the time for the presentations, but that was quite something. It was an exception. Thank you very much for coming through.
I'm glad. Back to you, Binti.
Okay, bro. So personally, Binti, just a minute. So, bro, but imekuwa time sana before you joined these spaces and contributed, because I've known you since this movement started. You have been injecting through the spoken words, and so the message is home. It's a very nice message. Honestly, I think you should work closely na how akina nonini kina oeba, yeah? And of course you can come up with something good about the scam deals zenye tuko nazo Kenya kama Adani. So you have a good talent, honestly. Yeah, you have a good talent.
Thank you.
So you keep injecting, bro, and always come here on the spaces, request for the mic. Do it the way you have done it, because you never know. You can get a chance to record something good with these big nini artist kama kina nonini. So just keep doing it, bro. Thank you so much.
I'm glad.
The Australia, I have a request. Can we get the, what should I call it? Like not the lyrics, but the lyrics, because I know I'm sure there's some things that bettered me, myself and I. But I had to kind of shika somewhere inside there. So please send us if you have a PDF or something, we can just put on the jumbotron and we can all read it again in our spare time, or just post it yourself and we can retweet it. But thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll just do it and post it on my timeline.
Sawa. Thank you very much. Are you back?
Back like a vertebrate. Back like I never left.
Sawa, twende kazi, endelea.
Shikuku alikuwa ameongea? Na sijasikia Hana pia alikuwa ameongea?
Yes. Actually, yeah, give Hannah first, just because she was here before, and then we'll come to the rest afterwards. Hannah,
all right. Hi, Hannah. How are you doing? On a scale of 1 to 10, how offended are you?
I'm 100% offended. Am I clear? Good. I'm very, very much offended. There's everything that you guys have talked about, but there's one thing you guys haven't touched, and I'm going to explain it to you. Because I'm from diaspora. Most of people who are in diaspora, they actually know what it takes to integrate into a system that is not theirs. First of the problem is either you are born by birth in that area, that place, so that is good for you, you get your ID, either you register, or else you are married. These people are going to be given a 30-year contract. You know what it means, 30-year contract? 30 years contract. That person is going to integrate, add more to your number of population. So you have to have a system that's going to accommodate them. That is how even us in diaspora, we are accommodated. It's either positive or negative. If you are not able to be accommodated, they will ask you to leave. If you're well accommodated, that means you're working and performing and bringing value to their system. Now these people, they are given a 30-year contract. To be a Kenyan, it's very easy. I swear. I have seen a Nigerian, so many Nigerians with a Kenyan ID and Kenyan passport. If you ask them, how did you get them? They will tell you, easy peasy. What Kenyans lack is manners. So what they do, give money, they get everything. We as Kenyans, we are in that system. We can't even get our own IDs. I had to struggle to get my ID. Had to go with my dad and my mom and my brother to show them mimi si Somali, mimi si Ethiopia, so that I can be given an ID. Imagine even if I'm Somali or I was an Ethiopian. If I was a Kenyan, why are you unanibagua kwa nini? Ati ID ya mama yako ni ile ya kitambo sana, so they need to have the new. Those people, they are old right now. Why are you stressing them? Why are you stressing them? So you imagine these people are going to be given a 30-year deal. To be a Kenyan, you just need 7 years. 7 years to be a Kenyan. After 7 years, you have worked in Adani. You can go show them that you're working in Adani, and you're given a Kenyan citizenship. Pap, double. The the Kenyan people, those people who are working in embassies, the Kenyans working in embassies. If you are recruited in Kenya to work in a specific embassy, let's say in Paris, those people, they cannot be given identity cards za huko, wanapewagwa working card. Once they are finished, maybe your contract is 7 years or 2 years, manzo unarudishwa nyumbani. You cannot renew it unless you go back home, you renew, then you come back. So imagine these people are going to be given open contract. I have visited the Paris big CDG, we call it CDG airport. I'm telling you, it's beautiful. It is beautiful. It is big. And do you know who are taking care of that thing? Arabs and Mauritius. And also we have this group called Madagascar. And imagine how Madagascar in Aka. Shame on us, Akiama. Shame on our people. Shame on ourselves. Those are the people who come from, they are the working force. They are the ones who are tilling, removing bags. It is well arranged. What is lacking in Africa is one thing, and I will always stress it. The energy to give to your people. We have this president who died, prime minister who died in Singapore called Lee Kuan. Lee Kuan had two options once he became the prime minister of Singapore. One, either he becomes rich and he makes his family rich like the Ruto and not exception, or make the country rich. And the man looked around and said, yes, I'm going to make my people rich. And they were worse than even us. Sisi tuko na minerals. Wao walikuwa wanauza mpaka bangi. Wallahi wanaletea cocaines so that they can kill each other. How do you know Adani is not going to bring that thing in Kenya? You have already given them this exclusivity. Do you know what they eat back there home? Mnaletewa majuice zenye si juice actually. Zimetengenezwa. I mean food processing. I mean food in relation with food. But when you see things that come from India, you are like, no, even them themselves, they don't want to eat. So nyinyi mtaletewa. What will you say? Then you give them that area, wajenge. That area is not supposed to kujengwa. That area is supposed to be emergency area. In case of ndege yanguke, ama ndege iko, it has a place to land so that it don't fall on people. It's not that we are lacking land. The land is there. That thing can be built. And let me tell you one thing. When it comes to building airports, come to building roads, Kenyans, we are usually being taken as wajinga of the wajingas of the world. To build a sustainable road that will stay for 30, 40 years, you have to make it like the foundation of a house. Wacha nikwambie, I had to sit down mimi na wazimu yangu, because I always ask myself, why do things work outside here? And when we go back home, things do not work. Even as ourselves, we have to make ourselves do things. Hii kazi ya unaona mtu ametengeneza barabara na anatengeneza na kuja na kumwagia hapo rama, and then you just walk as if nothing. It does not make you wonder, why is this person doing it like this? And it's not supposed to be done like that. Wanamwagaga wanachimba, once wanachimba, wanatengeneza, wanamwaga simiti, wanapanga layers kama unajenga nyumba, then unamwaga simiti, makokoto, then simiti again, then afterwards ndio wanamwagilia maram ya juu, ile hiyo ya black. Barabara inabakia 30, 40, 50 years. Au utaona ka pothole kakijengo, unapiga picha, watu wanapiga picha ati kuna pothole hapa, inaenda directly kwa mayor anakuja the next 2 days, within 2 days ameambiwa aende, amemwagiwa pesa ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Pothole, it's not supposed to we are not supposed to have potholes in the barabaras. Why are we accepting such things? This is so dangerous. Me, I'm angry. Why am I angry? Because me, if anybody, like the government of Kenya, would have told diasporians, listen, this thing which we called airport, we want to make it beautiful, we want to make it big, we want to make it to the standards of the international level. So let's do this, wako diaspora. Help us. Fungueni till number, lakini kabla wafungue till number, let them give us the right information. The same thing happened to the dam ya Ethiopia. That Renaissance dam, that's what they did. And it was already told in advance. They did not do it like we are doing it at Sijui Talk. You don't even know when that deal was stricken and how long that it took. Because hizi ni deals zenye zilikuwa zimestraikiwa nao wakiwa out of the government before they came in. The Renaissance Dam, it's not the person who built it right now that made that thing. It was before. That ule prime minister kona macho to specs to around, and he said, give us money. And I'm telling you, I have Ethiopian friends, they gave their full salary. Why? Because they knew once the Renaissance Dam is full, there is electricity. And once there is electricity, there will be workforce. And because there's factories, people are going to work. And that way, those who are in diaspora, they're not going to be nipatie black tax. No, it will not. There will not be black tax. Mtu hata nipigia simu niambia ati unajua hakuna kazi. No, unaenda kazi yako. Sasa auntie, sasa sister, sasa. We just do not have that energy of giving ourselves the benefit of doubt. We so much doubt each other. We do not love ourselves. Munasemanga we love Kenya. Yes, as a country, yes, we love Kenya as a country. But we do not love each other as brothers and sisters. So we have to bring back Ubuntu in our minds, in our hearts. That ule mwenye tunaweka pale on the government, haendi kusimama hapo because of his own interest, kwa sababu sijui ali spend thousands and thousands of money so that akakuwa elected. No, ni kwa sababu amesimama pale, he has a vision, na hii vision ni atoe kwa kichwa aiweke kwa barabara ama aiweke kwa reality. The problem ni wako na vision zimebakia kwa kichwa. Mtu ana mdomo tu pa. Écoute, je ne veux pas, je sais pas. Mnatusumbua kichwa. We are stressing. Kenya, we are always in a permanent. Yani kama roho inataka kutoka kwa mwili. Kwa nini roho itoka kwa mwili akiama east west mara ni huyu? Every time politic. We are supposed to be talking about economy, not politics every time. Kila time mtu anafunguka TV, yani for example, I take 1 full year, I'm not going to listen to Kenyan TV. After 1 year, I open the TV. I'm telling you, it's the same shit all the time. Same. shule zinachomeka, hospitali hakuna madawa, sijui what. We are tired. Yani, you are stressed before you are stressed. Damu inapanda. You even do not have the energy of taking the phone and calling your people because you are tired. Kwa sababu unajua, the minute tutawapigia, watakusumbua. Na wanakusumbulia nini? Vitu za ujinga. Nitumie hii. Wao wako hapo. So we also as like young people have to do our community service. If we are not going to do our community service, there's no need for us to talk. Huwezi sema tu uko kwa area kama Githurai for example, hakuna mti, mnapigwa na dust January mpaka December unless ile time ya June, July mvua inanyesha, and then there you are, unasema life is hard. Yes, life is hard. Kula chenye ulikuwa unataka. Mti moja uwezi panda hapo. Mti moja, kamti kamoja, useme leo nimejitolelea na panda mti moja. Mwaka mzima useme sitaki hata mti moja peke yake. So we also have to love ourselves. Where we stay, it has to be proper, not only inside but also outside, because the way mimi nakwambia, we always have this saying in other countries. If you want to know a person's heart, go to the kitchen and go to the toilet. If the person is clean, then the heart is clean. So it's the same thing as what is going on with Adani. They are bringing you all this shit because they know very well they are not clean inside. They do not care about us. Sisi sio watu. That's why they are killing us. And they will not care. Tutanunua hizo guns, tutanunua hizo bullets with our own taxes. Watatukimbiza mpaka huku kwenye tunakimbiza huku na KRA. Hana, please register your money. Then afterwards watatuua na hizo bullets. It is not the first time, it will not be the last time unless we change. We have to change the system completely. And it does not start with, no, it starts right now, right here. Unless we do that, there's no way. But let me, msidanganywe that we cannot change that Adani deal. We will change that Adani deal. The Adani people, they already know. By force, by fire, if they put themselves in that dangerous situation, they will have to bear their own problems themselves. That is my all. Thank you very much for the mic. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Hey, your energy has incited me. Guys, let's keep this going. Don't forget to tweet #StopAdani. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi, brought to you by KOT Sonko. I've got my co-host here with me, Ayo. We also have Wanyama. We're doing a marathon. Wanyama was hosting that marathon, and we also have Kawino and Rabia. So 24 hours, we still have a lot of hours left. So guys, come to the mic. We want to hear your voices. How do we stop this Adani? And speak to us about these documents coming out every now and then. So remember to again tweet #StopAdani, and we'll go to Shikuku. Shikuku.
Yeah. Thank you, KOT. Now, what I want to say about this Adani is that I want to go back a little bit. How these things have come about. You know, most of young people are wondering how we are in this mess. Why are these guys being moving around with impunity, selling everything without a care in the world? When you come out on the street to tell them, no, what you're doing is wrong, they shoot at us, they kill us. Now, when we go back, the moment the rain started beating us was around 1988. The 1988 elections, the Mlolongo elections, there was not much money involved. The moment money came into Kenyan politics, into Kenyan campaign as per se, was 1992. And that's the moment I remember my old man saying This culture of politicians dishing out money will lead to a very, very bad situation in future. I'm telling you this because by that time you'll be suffering the consequences. I'll be long dead. And yes, he died in 2012. So when the money came into the Kenyan politics and the people, the voters started accepting the money from the politicians, they endorsed the habit. And now the politicians were working on seeking more money for the next election cycle. And the next, every election cycle come 97, the money that was being dished out grew. When it came to 2002, that was the golden opportunity. And sometimes many might disagree with me, but at times I say, for me, Kibaki was not that a good, was not a very good president. Yes, he had positives like the economy, but the negatives, the impact of the negatives that he let slide are the worst.
Bro, sorry, but who was the treasury? Who belonged to it? Can you bring us to that? Thank you.
The treasury, as in terms of what? How do you the person running
the ministers, the people? Look at this. We have Musalia Mudavadi, we have Kalonzo, we had that time during my regime that,
yes.
So that we can have it today. And yeah, come on.
Yes, at the time Musalia Mudavadi was there. In 1992, Musalia Mudavadi was at finance. Musalia Mudavadi had been at finance at 1992, if I remember correctly. Before him was Kibaki, was before, and then he resigned and then joined the multi-party movement in 1991. And then Mudavadi came in. Mudavadi, at the time, unless I check, but Mudavadi was the one in charge of the treasury. And that's when the culture of money started. I'm not absolving him of anything, but I'm saying he was the one in charge. So when the culture of
Amos Wako, during all this shit, who made things happen so evil in Kenya was Amos Wako. Give me something.
I'm saying all politicians were guilty of this. I'm not saying somebody in particular. When I'm talking about Kibaki, I'm talking 2002. I'm not talking 1992. I'm talking about 2002. And please just listen to my statement, and then you can come in, because I was not going in that direction on Kibaki. On Kibaki, I was going on the direction whereby I was saying in 2002, this culture of money had already been in the Kenyan campaigns for 2 election cycles. So in 2002, as everybody knows, that election, money had no effect, whereby the Kano side were dishing out money, but it was not such a game changer. Why? Because the people wanted just a change.
Bro, sorry. Can you bind Mungeke in there? Because during that time is when Mungeke came in. Gone. Thank you.
Mungiki at that time was in its infancy. It was not that mature. So at the time when Kibaki came in, he had an opportunity. There was goodwill for ending this.
Can you give me something, please satisfy me. Kibaki aliingia, and there was Mungeke, and that he killed his own people, young generation like GZs. That time, me myself, my brothers. Yeah, seriously. So Nakutayani, what was happening there? And that time he has just come in. Give me something. I'm just asking for that. Okay?
For me, my point was basically when he came in, he had an opportunity not to entrench tribalism. He had an opportunity not to entrench politics of money. But he did not seize the moment. Tribalism was more entrenched. That's why it came to 2007. Things came to a head. Why did 2007 come to a head? Because of tribalism.
Wait a minute, bro. And the KANU, 1987, KANU held its first Mulolongo, its first elections. Mulolongo, sindio?
Mulolongo was 88.
Yeah, the last Mulolongo, that one for party elections, the KANU from 1963, sindio?
Yes.
Are we together here?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. Lakini Amos Wako, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave Amos Wako around there because he was the IG. You know, IG way to have Atoke kwa koti. I'm fired up, bro. Come on, man. That's now.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Amos Wako, yes, Amos Wako played a huge part. Amos Wako, Msalem David, there's nobody who was in that. Even Kalonzo Musyoka, all those people were in that WhatsApp group. All these people participated in these shenanigans that have brought about these problems that we are suffering.
Guys, let us have decorum on this space, kindly. So, Rastan, I think you will respond to Shikuk immediately he's done with his submission, kindly, because we're having this disruption, the communication, if we are having two speakers speaking at a time, kindly. Let us observe that.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me just, if Raz will give me some time, let me just finish what I was saying, because he has even messed up my train of thought. So I was saying in 2002, there was an opportunity to change the course of Kenyan politics, but that opportunity was not seized. So the money grew and the corruption, and if there's a correlation you can see from 1992 when money entered politics, you can see the Kenya shillings starts dropping. You can see the economy starts lacking off. In 97 it gets worse, and if you just take on the dollar, it was 20, it came to 40, it came to 63. By 97 the dollar was around 63 to the Kenya shillings. In 2002, it had gone about 70 or 80, if I'm not wrong. So you can see the correlation between money in campaigns and economic decline. Because these people have to get money from somewhere. And therefore, we, the voters, are also guilty, and very guilty, in fact, because it's we who are taking the money, so we were encouraging the habit. So they were taking more. Because you can see right now they are taking billions. Back in the 90s, they were taking a few millions, 10 million, 20 million, 40 million. But now they have grown bolder with every election cycle. So we as the voters right now, it's time for us.
Hey, golden bag. No. Golden bag issue, yes, I thought.
Guys, are we able to allow other people to speak hadi wamalize tafadhali? Rastan, stop being unruly. Stop being unruly. Just allow someone to finish up. Your time will come. Unaona huyu Hana Ali amekuwa kinua hapa mkono, hata nilifaa kuenda kwake. Amekuwa kinua mkono hapa for the last 30 minutes. Na wewe ndio unajifanya hapo unajua kuongea kushinda watu wengine. Rastan bwana. Allow other people to finish or land, then you can always rebuttal. Let's be it is 2024. Tusibehave ni kama tuko 1931. Tafadhali guys. Thank you, very important. Please finish up, alafu we go to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you. So what I was saying is that the economy decline and the political elite taking more and more from the coffers is correlated. And now that's why I'm really in support of Morara's idea of campaign financing. Because guys, if we don't fix campaign financing, we will be in this problem. Because even right now, as we are looking for dissolution of parliament, if parliament is dissolved next week, we, the Gen Z, the millennials, who are even anybody who's supporting our movement, we are not ready. Why are we not ready? We don't have structure. We don't have the money. So unless we fix campaign financing and we start it by ourselves, because I'm sure there are some very good guys with tech who can design, for example, a website or an app, whereby, for example, if I contribute to the campaign for Morara, for example, it can reflect, and therefore anybody can see that we have raised this much, and this much has gone to this, and this much. It's us to start such a system. Because if we don't do it, because right now these guys in the political class are laughing at us because they know we don't have the means. And that's why you can see they have brought a bill to curtail fundraising. We must fight that bill, because if we don't fight that bill, our movement is dead. Because there are no Gen Z or millionaires or or even a boomer who supports us. Most of them don't have the financial capability. So if we don't fight that fundraising bill, that fundraising bill is coming to kill our movement before we even think of anything else. So that fundraising bill is an enemy, and the enemy of all of us is the police. That's why they are selling the airport. They are selling the airport because we have given them time and again, they have gotten away with it. We should not give them any more. Now it's out to reform ourselves, raise our money, and then go for them full 100. Because if we don't, we are doomed. Thank you.
Asante sana, Shikoko. I'll probably go to Hannah. Hannah, your hand has been up for a while now. Then I'll go to Japonji, then Psychosins. Hannah, good evening. Talk to us.
Actually,
Good,
before you go
good
to
evening.
Japan, you go to Connect first.
Just okay,
Yeah,
sawa.
you've given me. Thank you, Binti. Thank you very much, KOT, Ayota, Binti, and all Kenyans on the space. Jambo, habari yenu, wakati yote ilipo. To be honest, KOT and Ayoti, I don't know, to be quite honest. My friend Shikuku here is talking about a bill of fundraising bill. You know, are we kidding ourselves? Are we treating a symptom instead of treating the actual disease? Are we just are we still putting band-aid on things that we need to rip the band-aid off and actually give it a proper clean and antibiotics? You know, why are we even talking about fundraising bill? If law was working, my friend, you've got all registered parties have a certain amount that they're given from the coffers of the government. That's number one. Number two, there has to be transparent of who is actually donating to that to that party, and the expenditure of campaign, it has to be transparent. So you leave all those laws that are bended, and then we are worried about a bill that is coming up. This is a joke. You know, the amount of money each party is using, donating to them, has to be declared. A cap is there for them not to go beyond that cap. What does that cap mean? It means you, Shikuku, if you're in a certain party and you get some donation, you can use this much as this other people. But the more money they're using is because they're not following the law. So if you're worried about something about a bill of fundraising, but fundraising is not an issue. It's not an issue. But anyways, now Salimia, for me, it's about Adani. You know, I've got so much question. I've lost energy. I've lost all hopes, and I don't want anybody else to feel the way I feel. But that is me. Adani, I cannot even touch it to the pole. If I had my own company today, I would not even call them to clean my house. Forget about giving them an airport. That's how much corrupted they are. But my question to you fellow Kenyans is this. Tulifikaje hapa mahali tuko? That's question number one. I'm going to keep it short, Ayoti, sorry. My question number one is this. Tulifikaje where we are? Like this politician now and this regime of Ruto, they've reached a point where it's totally like, they're putting it right in our face. Hawaoni haya tena. You know, it's not about, no, it's this na kujitetea, no. A company that is actually going down under with so much corruption and so much question and integrity, that they have the audacity to not even to find a company that has some legitimacy that they can say to Nawapatia Airport. They've reached a point where they do not care what we think. It's right in our faces. What can you do about it? That is what the government, that is the attitude I'm getting from the government. Hatufichi kama mbeleni. Yes, Adani is is rotten to the core. It's corrupted. It's this, it's that. It's going down under. But guess what, Kenyans? What can you do about it? We are selling it to them. When did we reach here, KOT and IOTA? When did we reach here? You know, now I've reached to a point, selling an airport, giving an airport to some, for me, that is my sovereignty. Now, the question is that I'm asking myself, are we even sovereign?
How much worse are we into this dip shit? You know, how worse it is. Because this Adani thing to Kenyans, it has been a whistleblower and a Kenyan person who got all these documents and they're doing a good job, Kenyans. But this politician are saying, you know, shove it up your backside. We do not care. So when did we get here? From corruption, that now our sovereignty is in question. They're threatening our sovereignty. Are we sovereign if we give our airports to somebody? Those the entry point of a country. That is like saying, you know what, we're not feeling this Kenyan flag. We want to change it. We're not feeling the name Kenya. We want to change it. There are some things that no government should be able to touch. Are we sovereign, Wakenya? How much worse are we? When did we get here? I can ask questions, but I wonder when will I ever get the answer. Back to you guys.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Sorry, Binti. Hey, kuna delays. Thank you so much, Hannah. I really appreciate. Binti, you had told me to go to someone before I go to Psychosins. Who was it?
Yeah, to go to Carnet. Carnet put his or her hand up for so long, they even put it down. Are you still with us, Carnet?
Okay. Cannot Clark. Clark, are you there?
Yeah.
Talk to us.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Can anyone hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. My preamble ni I really thank you guys, Kina KOT, Binti, Ayo, and everybody else kwa kuhold the digital protest. It has been something beautiful and kuongea ukweli imeongeza hiyo what we call it nationalism or something in us. So thank you very much. My first point is I really don't know what the fuck are these people thinking, because hii deal ya Adani it's just absurd, because let's start from the beginning. I'll start with the how do you call it, the government land. Ka ushainunua, ushaisikia mtu amenunua au amefanya anything with government land, you don't buy government land, you lend it kinda. So ase wareli walikuwa wanafukuzwa, you una lease, then time gava inahitaji inaichukua. But kwa hii stuff ya JKA literally tunauza hii stuff then tunanunua back. Then okay, I was trying to play the devil's advocate kwa hii story, then nione what the other parties were thinking. Nikaona the best case scenario ya hii situation ni tutapata at least a 30-year-old, a 25-year-old airport at the end of this deal. And the worst case scenario ni tutauzia wase kitu nimeona wanacheza vitu za stock manipulation, so wata inflate kitu juu then watuuzia at like exorbitant fees. It makes sense at all. So it's unajua okay, my mom is a businesswoman. Kuna kitu moja niliambia yenye bado inanigonga sahi. So biashara ni watu wawili ni wajinga wawili wakielewana, but kwa hii story mimi naona tu mjinga mmoja, na mjinga mmoja ni Kenya. Kwa sasa whatever tuna make hapa it makes sense at all. Tupatia wase like tuuzia wase JKA sahi, watu waende wafanye whatever wanadai, then watuuzie at whatever price wanadai. Ngoja hata niwachie story hapo. Number 2 ni in the Mau Mau war, I've been speaking to to this generation yenye walipigana
Colonel, can I ask you a question? Poleni KOT, please. Can I ask him a question?
Yeah.
Amesema kitu alafu ukaruka. Kuna kitu umetaja hapo. I don't know if you're alluding to that, but I would love to know if that's what it is, because that's what's in my head. Umesimachana na Adani. Do you think this insisting on this company that it doesn't even make sense, you know, a company that is going down is so much corrupt, is this, is that? I can talk about Adani until the cows come home. Do you suspect, and anybody else who will take the mic after you, in fact, this is just a pretext? Ni hao wenyewe ndio wananunua, ni Ruto na mahooligans wake ndio wananunua wakitumia Adani as a proxy.
Okay. For me, I really don't care nani ananunua hii stuff. For me, it's all about the deal. You know, if I'm making a deal, as humans, we are very selfish. I want to get the best thing I can from any situation that I am. But sasa he deal, like kwangu, that's why I said the best case scenario ni after the 30 years tutapata at least a 25-year-old or a 20-year-old airport yenye at the rate yenye tuna move at like the world is moving at right now. Like 20 years old airport, that will be such an outdated system. So literally we'll be back here, we'll be back in the same situation. I really don't care. Sijali kani wachinko wanachukua, sijali kani Adani wanachukua, but the deal itself is just msali agree to it, that's a stupid person. That's a really stupid person, because sawa tumewauzia, then okay, what about at the end of the deal wa make sure wame run down the company down to the drain, the airport down to the drain. So at the end of it watatuuzia a piece of crap. Okay, I'm not a business person, I'm an engineer, but if you understand business, please niambie what I'm not understanding in this deal, because I really don't understand how ni nani. And that takes me to the second point. Hasa wana, like everyone mwenye ana take part in, like ame contributing to this deal, ni wase tunasai kutake, like tunasai kutake like wanasai kutake responsibility on that. So at the end of, okay, my idea is, mimi sijali wewe ni nani, kama umecontribute to this stuff, hii process yote, I think sahi tunasai keep record no matter who you are. Na mimi okay, I can do something about it. If you contributed to this, I think we should keep record. We need to know who you are na what you did. Na I think kwangu, it's not my contribution to the movement, but this is my vow to anyone I'll take. Ataka unasikiza sahi, I will keep record and I will make sure pahali unaishi, familia yako, like your friends, your everything, I will expose you as the person you are. Ulituuza, because at the end of it all, unajua si mimi najipigania, like napigania watoto wangu, watoto wa watoto wangu, because after hii deal yote hasa wanatuuza. Naona nilikuwa nasema, okay, when you think about the momwao, nilikuwa naongea na like my grandmother na hiyo generation yenye ilipigania stuff, walikuwa wananishow the worst part of it all ni hawa wase walikuwa naita the guards, the African people wenye walikuwa wanatumia like control the population. Hase we really, because hase wenye wanauza hii stuff sahi, those are the people wenye wanafanya stuff. No, hata kama watatuuza, si tafadhali au nini, hata kama watatuuza, hata kama hata make it, we have to hold them to account. We really have to hold them to account. The Ruto mwenyewe, the 6th September. Maandamano, it's a good idea, but sahii tunapigana na wase wametusoma vizuri. So my question is, sijaenda maandamano. I really don't believe in fighting in a cause. I really didn't believe in fighting in a cause, but sasa wamecheza na nyumbani. If you kinishika hapa, I'm a selfish person. If it's good, it's okay with God, it's okay with me. I'm a selfish person. So maandamano, my only issue ni moja, ni we really don't have a plan. Unafikiria hiyo 11 hours watakuwa wamejipanga? Siuzi uoga or anything, hasa watakuwa wamejipanga serious. So we really have to think about, kwangu ni moja tu, we don't know. Okay, mse walikuwa hizo maandamano zote. My question is, where were the checkpoints at police? Where were the weak points at police? Because hasa wana play, like they are playing, they are following a playbook. So we really need to know their playbook. The best thing about a playbook is it's very hard to divert from it. So tukilearn their playbook, tunaweza jua nini. Like kwanza hiyo checkpoints, hasa wanaenanga wakiwa ngapi, makopo wanakujanga wakiwa ngapi, wanasimamanga wapi tao, cause si ati wanasimamanga anywhere wako like tupaka hapa. It's something that there's a strategy wanafuata, and sijaisikia anywhere, sijaisoma anywhere how that happened. So we really need to know where we really need to know what they are doing so that we can counter it. And I think tukifigure out hii stuff yote, more people watatotekelezea, cause uoga ni uoga, you know, like we are animals. The first instinct kwetu ni survival. Mi siwezi tokea place wase wanakufa. Forgive me for that, but siwezi. Like niko na watu wananitegemea, so I really have to think about myself. I really have to think about my family before I think about my country. That's the lad. I'm very sorry for that. Okay. On the same point, ni police reforms. So after all this, we tabaki na the same police. So we really, okay, I think we need ideas on how we can reform the police. Tusifikiria about tutafanyia training. Nimefanyia training nyingi and I go against them because instincts. And police reforms, it'll help hata sisi. You know, they say a good person, you plant a tree that you'll never sit under its shade. You plant a tree that the future generation ndio enjoy the nini. So we have to be those good people wenye we think about the police reform sahi. Gava, if we tukibakisha police the same way, the same police wata oppress the next generation. And okay, give me my points, ziko all over the place. So number 4 ni the recalling and the dissolution of the parliament. I don't think your stuff in his work. I think some time back nilisoma about wali amend the policies za ku recall an MP. They made it so hard that you can't serve until 2027 because there are loopholes now. So unajua back like before June this year, tulikuwa all blind to the political side of our country. Tulikuwa nafikiria okay, hiyo ni siasa, siiguzi. So wasa walikuwa wamejiguard vizuri sana, and I'm not very sure Kiingereza like ngosangu si nzuri, so ini lugha out here anaweza angalia ni show, but I think nimesoma pahali will make it very hard to recall a place, like to recall the MPs na hata kuimpeach the president. Hata side tukijaribu, watu wamejaribu collect signatures haziwork, wamejaribu nini haziwork. So all these constitutional ways tunafikiria we can do it, I really don't think we can, because our fighting position sahii it's very bad. Tumeingia history ndele sahii, ndio tuna try to learn the ropes, but hasa wamekuwa kiperfect their art for a very long time. So I really ask anyone out there clarify on that, and I'll be thankful for that. Number okay, that was number 4. Number 5, I think we really need to learn how we can change our laws such that msee yoyote anacheza any public like kitu yote inacheza any public funds ikuwe punishable by maybe life in prison au death, cause murder, ukiua mtu like unafungwa for life or something, it's either life or death. But sasa msakiiba sijui public funds, tunacheza huko nje, tunafanyia vitimbi huko nje, lakini hakuna kitu ina happen. But I think ukiwa mtu unaua mtu mmoja, ukichezea funds za wase, watu wanakufa hosi daily. Hata it makes sense that msa anapatiwa sijui sentence zingine hazi make sense. UIG wa police sijui amefanya nini, vitimbi ametufanyia hii nchi sahii. Siku hizi hata I don't believe naweza trust any police. But sasa whatever anafanyia ni kuja tutakupatia punishment. What the fuck is punishment? So kwangu ni anyone mse anachezea any public funds, mse anachezea any public interest, hiyo ni sahi kwa kifo, because you're playing with people's lives. Hatuchezi like, unajua right now I feel like we are an animal trapped on a corner na tuko
Yeah, asante sana but umesema una feel maandamano sahi bado haiwezi solve kitu. What do you think is the best way to go about it on that maandamano issue? Because unasema you feel like we are not organized and all that.
As I finish, I think the only thing tunaweza fanya nsaini, we need to learn their tactics, because
how will we learn their tactics? Because unajua sisi hatuna like barazas and that's why I've been saying here like probably we need to start having like leaders and everything, channel of communication, because if you say we need to learn their tactics, like sisi hatuna guns, we don't have things like that, because tukiamka tukienda tawasubuhi tupata make a barricade, how are we supposed to learn from that? Like what more can we do? Because I just believe that the only thing that can rescue us is the numbers. Imagine if 1 million people just marshal party Jogoro dimejaa kutoka huko the corner of Outer Ring huko mpaka huko City Stadium, yote is full of people on a march to town. Do you think that can be stoppable?
I really need to take care of something. Nipatie tu maybe a minute or two.
Bana, wewe una take care of something time unauliza very pertinent questions bana. Nyinyi ndo tusitekangi kwa hizi spaces. Unauliza very pertinent questions ndio sasa mna get busy bwana. Psycho Sins bana, tuongeleshe. Umengoja hapa sana. Sawa, we go take care. Psycho Sins yo, talk to us. Psycho Sins yuko? Aya, tuende kwa Raymond.
Psycho Sins unasikia hiyo?
Psycho Sins anisikii. Raymond unanisikia? Nimesema nimekuita alafu nikasema uongee. Talk to us Raymond.
Go on Raymond, lakini unaweza stay karibu na microphone yako please, because you are very far from your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Kenyans, fellow East Africans. I'm from Uganda, and I was listening to this. What is Africa's problem? Because I think we politic a lot. the politicking is high, and I think really there is pain. But I took time to try and understand what is the problem. And the problem is here. If you ask a Ugandan, I'm going to use Uganda. If you ask a Ugandan one question, why are you not married? They will say the woman or the women are the problem, or what you saw with Cheptegei. And then when you ask the woman will say the men. When I got a chance to go to Spain, it is interesting. I meet a 42-year-old who is not married, and I asked him, why are you not married? And then he said, I have anger issues. Now you see the difference in answers? We blame another person, they blame self. That's the difference. Where does this come from? A concept called theodicy. Theodicy is like this. If I'm coming to Kenya with my brother and we make it, who shall we thank? God. And if I'm coming to Kenya and it doesn't work, I die, my brother will blame the devil. So in Uganda, we credit another person, and when there is a problem, we don't blame that person. We blame another person. So when government is successful in, say, a road, we credit the president. When there is a problem with roads, we blame URA, including the president. You see, we don't blame the same person. And this has led to the fact that between a woman and a man, who is blamed? We even have sayings, say from Baganda, which is omwana avumya nyina, omwana omusiru, that a stupid child results into blame from the mother, which means the father is always succeeding. Whether you educate them or you don't, you're already a success story. So the woman is to blame. That's why we have now all this crisis. So we have a big mindset problem of blaming another person. If we sat down and try to solve problems, we blame another person. The previous speaker is an engineer. I don't know which word to use, but his perspective would rhyme with mine because of how we are taught
Raymond.
Yes. Yes.
So we are having Adani company occupying Kenya. Yeah,
Yes.
they are occupying Jkia. So what do you think about Adani? Because these mongoose or these mongoloids, yeah, they are coming to take over Jkia, the only pride of East and Central Africa airport for the next 30 years. Then after that, they are going to demand for 18%. Immediately the contract is done. So what do you think about this?
It's not even the only one. There are many things that are wrong. It's absolutely evil. But this is what I'm trying to say. Unless me and you occupy those offices, which are occupied by fighting, they are not occupied by conversations. They are not going to be occupied when we can't even marry a wife. We can't struggle. We are taken up by this idea of many people in a conversation and forget how to actually struggle, the fundamentals. And that's what I'm trying to take you to. That if I wake up in the morning, when I blame my brother, when will I act and be part of the military? You see, in Africa, the problem is simply expecting to be served, but not being active. And it's because we are weak, like weak men. You can talk of weak men. The problem is not the women, it's the weak men in a marriage. And that's why I've created a 3-series step model, which I've shared here, to help us become energetic. Look at what the Musevens did. The Mois, these were fighters. We are very weak. We are good at talking and not execution. Execution is building. It's a process. In engineering, we work with building. The training makes you learn to build. That's why my previous speaker was also looking like he's confused whether he's right or wrong, because society is making us seem like we should come here to talk. No, we should be builders. If you learn to build a marriage, you learn to build a company, but it's hard. Now, the president is not going, he also has interests, personal interests. He's not going to allow you. You look for loopholes and get through. That is what we have to do. Otherwise, we're going to have conversations, even here listening. So when they hear us talking and lament, they are happier. They're like, now these ones are going nowhere. Because you can see powerless people. They talk a lot. Yes.
Raymond, do you understand what's
Yes.
happening in Kenya?
To some extent, but what I know is you're not different from us.
What do you
Come out.
understand? What do you understand
Yes.
from whatever is happening in our country right now?
In
Currently,
Kenya, your people who think you can move a state by mass action because
that
of the
That guy looks like a
inefficiencies in the
Ugandan.
state.
just a
That guy is a
moment,
Ugandan.
Raymond? Just a moment.
Yes.
So
Yes,
I've asked
yes.
you a question, but you've told me our people think, but you haven't told me that these are the things that are happening in Kenya. I want you to tell me, as a Ugandan from where you sit, what do you think is ailing Kenya right now? Don't tell me what other people are doing. What do you think is ailing Kenya right now?
Apart from this issue, okay, I will tell you the problem: bad governance.
So how do you fix bad governance?
Yes. I
How do
like
you fix
Socratic
bad
dialogue.
governance?
We go on. How do you fix bad governance? You're a republic, which means few people represent you every 5 years. Once they have power, you cease to have power.
You're not
Now
answering the
make
question.
sure.
You're not
Let me
answering the
answer.
question.
Let me finish.
Listen, just a
If you
moment.
don't give me time to listen, to finish, okay.
I want you to listen, and learn to answer the question as asked. One, my professor some day back taught me that when you're asked a question, don't go around the question. Answer what you are asked directly. Sometimes you're not even told to state and explain. You're just told to state. Don't explain, state. So, according to you, what do you think is affecting Kenya right now? You told me bad governance. I've asked you from where you sit, how do you think bad governance can be fixed? Just state. Don't tell me, don't explain many things. Tell me what you think, how you think bad governance can be fixed from where you sit, according to your understanding.
Individuals rise up, create private sector, and push back on governance. Also, individuals rise up and replace people in government. The next cycle, because this is a republic. You push thieves there, you can't remove them by forcing them. You can lose your own country. Government job to create a company, take company. I have to employ people. The problem of the people is jobs, period. Provide jobs. But now mass action, it won't stop. We need to increase production as Africans. That's it.
I have a question to you, Raymond. What problem is ailing Uganda right now from where you sit?
Bad governance.
How are Ugandans fixing bad governance in Uganda right now?
With technology, I don't have to be in Kenya, my dear.
Just a moment.
Yes.
Just a moment. Raymond,
Would you
it's
wish
me.
to come to Kenya?
Yes, of course. I love Kenya. If I love whites, I love humans. I love humans, absolutely. But
Okay,
humans have a
Raymond.
science, and we need to decode that. I've put it in a model. You can see power. Power is a ability to make you do what I want. So you can't
Raymond.
keep talking about me when I have more.
This is Koino.
Okay. Yes.
You've said the way to fix bad governance, especially in Uganda, you people are talking, and you're talking of investing in the private sector and creating companies to employ people. My question is, I believe the bad governance in Uganda did not start yesterday. So what is the rate of unemployment in Uganda? And if you people have been creating companies to employ people, what is the rate of, what is the probably approximately what is the number of people that you people or the people that have been creating private companies have employed in Uganda? And after you've done that, has it solved the bad governance situation in your country? If it has, well and good. If it hasn't, do you think it will work in Kenya if it does not, if it hasn't worked in your country? Thank you.
The name is, I didn't get the name. Oh, okay, let me answer. Now, I didn't say that people are building. I said people are talking like you Kenyans. We are talkers. We converse about things and leave them there. What I'm trying to do as a person individually, those things I've created models and so on, is to say we can build our things. And as an example, I'm one of them trying to run a small company, a tech company, working with innovation. So I'm just starting this. It is new, and it's hard. But I'm saying it is as hard as marrying. So let's not give our excuses of not marrying because of a bad government. Yes, there's a bad government, but there's a responsibility for me and you. One of them is create employment for others. Not for everyone, it's about 9% of people who can do that. So I had to look for models and say, where do I fall? Am I in the 9% or am I in the 99%? And I qualified to be in the 9%. So some people have to create these entities. That's how America is working now. The government has become smaller over time. We need to ascend. It is more of, look, if a doctor is in a health center of government, they will not run it like they run their own clinic. If they use that job to make a clinic, the clinic will serve much better purpose. It will be more organized and there will be less corruption because the health center will not, where corruption is about organizing people. The bigger the group is, the more corrupt they become. Now, you guys, we don't want to create our own private sector. We want government to serve us. The same people there are going to do the same. They're humans. They're going to be corrupt.
Raymond.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mute your mic for a moment because there's a kid crying in the background.
Okay.
Mute your mic for a moment. I want us to have a conversation, and I've had someone complaining that I'm using a rude language. Guys, this is my voice. I always come out as rude, but this is just my voice. And if you've not been used to me, this is how I speak. Sorry if I come out as rude, but I'm also not sorry because this is just me. I want us to reason out. Raymond claims that we are just making noise online. We're just talking, and talking is not taking us anywhere. This talking that we've been talking has taken us somewhere. And that's why I was asking you, do you understand the issues that are ailing your country? You told me bad governance. Number two, do you understand the problems that are ailing Kenyans? You told me bad governance. There is more that is ailing Kenya than bad governance. There is more that is ailing Kenya than just corruption. We have tribalism that is being aided by our leaders. And I want you to understand that. Okay? And we have a constitution that is being butchered that is ailing Kenyans as we speak. And if you tell us to create businesses, these are the same people that are creating punitive taxes to kill our businesses so that we worship them, to take in goods or whatever from them. I want you to understand that. These are leaders who are imposing taxes on our businesses so that our businesses can die. You say that you're in tech and all that kind of stuff. I completely respect that. I'm in the film business. Right now, there are punitive laws that have been put in the film business that is going to cripple the film economy in Kenya. You also need to understand that. So for me, as a 34-year-old Kenyan who's trying to put up a business, who's left employment because the big companies you're working for have huge punitive taxes that are being imposed on them so that they cannot be able to employ young people, you also need to understand that. Okay, so when I say this, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just trying to enlighten you
for you to understand that these are the problems that are ailing Kenyans as we speak. Whatever might be ailing Uganda might not be it could be close, but not the same thing that is ailing Kenya. First of all, Ugandans, you have been having one president for since I was young, God knows how long. But you guys are unable to even work on that. So what have you guys done to make sure that your constitution is working for you? Because, to be honest, the main reason I asked you if you've ever been to Kenya is I wanted you to understand, have you been, because I cannot speak about Uganda because I've only been to Uganda once. And I came out and I was like, I'm not coming to this country again because I saw what was happening. I'm not trying to say that Uganda is less of a country, no. But really, you guys have a lot to work on in terms of even freedom of speech when it comes to. And you know why we are talking? Because we have that freedom. Our forefathers had to fight for that freedom where we can host a president on space and speak to him how we want and question him. For you guys, if you question Museveni, he takes you out. That is from what I understand. The friends I have in Uganda tell me so. The journalists I have in Uganda tell me so. So that is what I'm saying. You need to understand the kind of wound we are trying to heal here before you even come and... Because what comes from you is like, you're telling us, you guys have done nothing. Bro, we've done a lot. We've done a lot for us to even be here today and hosting a space. We've really done a lot. Our brothers and sisters have been killed on the streets for us to get here. So I want us to understand that fact before we feel like, Ayo is just emotional, or Ayo is becoming rude, or Ayo, so let us also try and reason. And we cannot compare countries because we come from different countries. We have been we have been led by different leaders and we have different ideologies. So we also need to understand that. If I said anything wrong, I completely retract, but I don't think I've said anything wrong. I'm just trying to defend my points, and that's why I felt, Any other speaker can go ahead, please. I yield. Kowino.
I think let's go to Honorable Kimani. You've been here, your hand was up for a while. So yeah, Honorable Kimani, I'll start with you.
Thank you. Jambo Kenya, jambo East Africa. Nimesikia kuna watu wote wa East Africa hapa. Enyewe nyinyi tunawakaribisha Kenya. I'll go straight to my point. Capitalist. We are a capitalist country that is we survive for the survival for the fittest. Does it mean these people are taking our energy, our space and time? Because time is going to fade out. We are all going to die in a few time. I want to get you back because I know you guys know about Vatican City. Vatican City iko na kitu inaitwa Vatican Bank. Go read for yourself. When Vatican City walikuwa wanaekewa pesa nyingi sana hapo ndani na all Catholic churches. But it came a time the Vatican City could not, because of the corruption of the church, walikuwa wanataka a lot of profit. They could not control these monies directly from the bank. They had to look for financiers. Read about Robert Calvi. Read about Shidona. These are people who were even killed by Americans because of embezzling and wastage of the Vatican money. I want to tell you, my guys, read about Adani. Adani is the third richest man in the world. Third richest man in the world. So the corrupt parishioner William Ruto is trying to bring the richest people close to him so that he can continue looting Kenyans and he can go close to become one of the richest people. Are we going to continue doing the same thing over and over again?